Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Hope all of you are having a good day today. And tonight we are looking to wrap up the classic version of Mass Effect 2. Matter of fact, we are going to go right into Layer of the Shadow Broker almost straight away here, folks. Here at the very beginning of the stream. Got a water here. We got our grapes here.
Shepard, it's good to see you again. So, what can I do for you?
I know you're looking for the Shadow Broker. Cerberus gave me data on where to find him. Interested?
Absolutely. I had no idea. Let me see what you've got.
What Shepard got
It looks like a leaked transmission between
is a pad that was apparently showing things on the opposite side.
It's about Farron. He's still alive.
You friend? The one who helped recover my body from the Shadow Broker?
The same. He sacrificed himself to save me.
That's revealed in the comics.
Suggesting he was alive. After 2 years. I hadn't even dreamed.
If he's been the Shadow Broker's prisoner for 2 years, he may not be in good shape.
I know. But yesterday, all I wanted was the chance to avenge his death. Today, he's alive. I'll do
Tomorrow, he'll be dead.
To get him back.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine. What's the next step?
I don't know.
Problem with that Shepard is like her mom was a friend of Liara's.
I'm going home. Use my terminal if you need any local intel.
You okay?
I've spent 2 years plotting revenge. Now I have the chance to make it a rescue.
Let me help. I'll come by your apartment.
Okay. Hopefully I'll have a plan by then.
She won't.
Thank you, Shepard.
Excuse me, Liara having plans?
Coming up later today, we release our annual list of Ilium's 10 richest people. Are the heavens still bright Asari blue, or have the Volus finally rolled to the top? And don't miss our look at the fashion faux pas at the Commerce Awards held last week. All this and more.
There was a fashion faux pas.
Life can be uncertain. That's why you need an Omnigel programming solution that works whether constructing single-use equipment or breaking down salvaged gear. Cision technology will be there for you. There's some problem Omnigel can't solve.
I always forget, like, where the hell do you get the cab at?
For example, you know that new drug, the one that causes permanent neural scarring? That's horrible.
Okay, listen, give Thax a full refund, do you hear me? He knows, I don't know how, it doesn't matter. Credit him a full refund now. And then get your ass someplace safe.
We just got here, or how? It's like we barely called a cab. Wait, where's the driver? Ah, this is one of those self-drive cabs. Just to cover all the bases there. Both got overload. Welcome to Liara's apartment.
Samples and get them back to the lab.
We got multiple shots fired. Yeah, techs are going over the place now.
Central, we got an open carrier on this end. Switching to a coded relay.
What's going on?
Welcome to NCIS.
This area is sealed off. Please step back, ma'am.
Sealed off. Why?
Someone tried to kill your friend, Commander Shepard. Thank you, officer. Your people are dismissed.
You can't do that.
Already done.
Is it already done? Or is it done already?
Tila Vasir, Special Tactics and Recon.
A Spectre?
I heard your status was reinstated. Good. You're one of our most famous operatives. Might even get you to sign my chest plate. So, I assume you had business with your friend this evening, Commander.
Liara was following a lead on the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker.
The Broker of Shadows.
Dangerous enemy to have.
What are the facts so far?
About 25 minutes ago, someone took a shot at T'Soni. Note the bullet holes.
The holes of bullets?
She stuck around for almost 4 minutes before leaving the building. Whatever she was doing was important.
If Liara isn't here, where is she?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be sifting through her crap. There's no blood, no body. It looks like T'Soni got away. The sniper didn't plan on her kinetic barrier. Clever girl. Paranoid, but clever.
Did the police find anything when they arrived?
Just the mess and the bullet holes. I gave them a gold star for finding the bullet holes.
What did you find on Liara's terminal?
Not much. She wiped her drive before she left.
I mean, who else, like Liara, wants people to go through her porn stash?
Makes sense. Haven't found it yet, though. You knew T'Soni better than I do. Where would she have hidden her backups?
Let me take a look around.
The rifle used to do that wasn't standard issue. The kinetic barrier deflected the shots, but they still managed to penetrate the glass.
It's part of my old armor.
Looks like someone didn't like you much either. Don't worry, Commander. We'll find her.
It's like, that's a problem. We gotta worry.
A doctorate from the University of Ceres, Avanthesia. She's getting good use out of all that education.
Nice kitchen. The picture. Picture of what? Of the D. Norman.
The picture changed when you touched it. It must be keyed to your ID. What does it show now?
It's a Prothean dig site. Liara did leave a message.
There are a few Prothean-looking objects around the apartment. Let's see what we can find. Those things must be worth a fortune.
Are they? Are they worth a fortune?
She was certainly into ugly.
Are you commenting on Shepard's appearance?
Basir, I've got something here.
Backup disk. Let's try it on her terminal. It looks like she recorded a call.
What have you got for me, Sagat?
It was tricky, but you paid for the best. I can
She
narrow it
did?
down to a cluster, maybe even a system.
How soon can you have it?
Shouldn't take long. Come to my office. Barrier Frontiers in the Dracon Trade Center. Gotta say though to Sony, you're making me a little nervous. How big is the trouble that could come out of this?
Relax,
A lot.
Sagat. I'll see you in a few hours.
Sounds like Liara found something big on the Shadow Broker.
And then someone found her. I know where the Dracon Trade Center is. My car's outside.
Let's go.
It's like, go, we shall. Shall we go?
The Barrier Frontiers offices are located on the 3rd floor. I don't hear police chatter. We must have missed the party.
Nope, party's about to start.
Liara's in there!
Oh, they won't be in Rush Hour 3.
This could be a problem.
They just took out 3 floors to make sure she's dead. I'll grab this Sky car and seal off the building from the top.
I'll start down here and work my way up.
Just leave some for me.
We will leave none for you.
What happened?
The blast knocked me off my feet.
Someone please help me.
Who are you? What's going on?
Was it a bomb? What happened?
It was a bah. It went bang.
Please exit the building in an orderly fashion. Emergency power engaged.
Serving industry for over 120 years, the Dracon Trade Center takes pride in being the home to Ilium's corporate elite.
Barrier Frontier employee. Looks like he got caught in the explosion.
I wouldn't take any bets onto Sony's informant surviving that blast.
And Elfel Ashland Energy are serving you better. Dracon Trade Center. Welcome to a universe of opportunity.
Basir, the elevators are out and building security is down.
No alarms, no police. Very professional.
So professional. It was so professionally done, don't you know?
Please exit the building in an orderly fashion. Do not attempt to extinguish fire.
Set bombs, killing everyone.
Casualty here. Looks like he's got bullet wounds. Watch yourself, Basir. They used military-grade hardware.
Bullet wounds. Guess this was more than just an explosion.
Nope, it was.
Life isn't about arriving. It's about the ride along the way.
I thought life was about getting from point A to point B.
Engine for free. Meso transportation. Enjoy the ride.
One, two, 3.
Exeler Shipping is the leading industry authority on resource logistics and management. We are committed to providing clients with...
They are committed to things.
Vizier, I found a military-grade explosive device. It hasn't been armed.
Sloppy work. You use that kind of hardware when you don't have time to plan.
But she is making a lot of excuses, isn't she?
Vizier, I'm at the Barrier Frontiers office. Liara signed in just a few minutes ago.
Understood, Commander.
Welcome to Barrier Frontiers. Let us be your guide to limitless possibilities. Expansion.
Enemies in front.
Vizier! I'm pinned down! Mark! And they're well armed!
Say hello to the Shadow Broker's private army, Commander.
Oh, so much for trying to get through there. Oh, there was a door there. Can you believe it? There was a door there.
Look out!
Getting to cover.
Firing a high impact shot!
Here goes. Watch for the drone.
That one hit!
Nice shot. I'll crush them.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
On the floor.
Who's on the floor? Whoa! Did I get the, oh, I must have grabbed it on when looking to jump over it. You can jump over it.
Vizier, these damaged pipes are on fire. They're blocking the stairs.
Look for a switch to activate the fire suppressant systems.
Switch has been
Should
found.
be clear now.
Good. I'm on my way down.
We're on our way up. Well, that was silly.
What's this?
More things found. Wow. It actually interacted all the way from back there. So, glitches. Well, he won't be in the sequel.
Damn it. If I'd have been a few seconds faster, I could have stopped them.
Is this a cat?
Must have been.
No sign of that data Liara talked about. Looks like a dead end.
An end that's dead?
Did you find your friend's body?
You mean this body?
Liara. Something I should know?
This
Yes.
is the woman who tried to kill me.
You've had a rough day, so I'll let that slide. Why don't you put that gun down?
I saw you. I doubled back after I left. I watched you break into my apartment.
So what? You were just using me to find the message?
Nothing personal, Shepard. Just needed a little help tracking down Liara.
Once she had my location, she signaled the Shadow Broker's forces. They bombed the building to take me out.
She's not impressed.
The cat took his data and killed him. I'm guessing she's still got the disc on her.
Good guess. Not that you'll ever see what's on it. You pure blood bitch!
Like tumbling. Now Shepard's dead. Again. And Liara will never do anything as equally badass ever again. Like, they were lit up.
She's getting away.
Well, Liara, maybe if you took out all the enemies beforehand.
This should slow him down.
Rude. The elevator has been thoroughly examined. You ever seen that scene from The Naked Gun where Drebin and a thug are just shooting each other over like a crate? That's exactly what this scene is.
Damn it.
I'm fine, by the way. Thanks for asking.
Garrus, get in. It's like, why bring Garrus? Well, because the overload will definitely come in handy.
There she is. Hang a right. No, wait, left.
I'm on her.
Hang a left. She's around the corner. We're not going into the construction site, Oh, goddess.
Yep, we're going in.
I'm not letting her escape with that data. Go, 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 go!
I'm going!
Hurry, Shepard, we're losing her. We need to go faster.
Whoops. Critical mission failure.
I'm not letting her escape with that data. Go, 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 go!
I'm going!
Traffic! Oncoming traffic!
We'll be fine.
Totally.
She's dropping proximity charges.
I noticed.
Yeah, of course we notice.
She's got reinforcements!
What kind of guns does this thing have?
It's a taxi. It has a fare meter. Truck.
I know.
Truck!
I know! There we go.
You're enjoying this.
There was a truck there, apparently.
A head-on collision at this speed.
Yeah, I hear those pretty bad for you.
Truck!
Again?
Watch out.
We were watching out. You down. Throw the fare meter at her. Yeah, she's not gonna get her deposit back.
I've crashed on Azure. Get me some damn backup.
Wait, isn't Azure sorry slang for a particular part of the body? You know, I guess a lot of folks crash on it.
There's Vizier's car. Come on, she can't have gotten far. Watch out. They're dropping reinforcements in to slow us down.
Should have kept Miranda.
Condition red.
Toss-up shot, ready.
Shield your eyes.
We've got hostile drones.
Yeah, that worked. Where are the hostilities?
Come on, we can climb over to get to Vizier's car.
Ah, there's a medkit in here. You know, useful. Garrus, you saw ammo laying on the ground and you did not pick it up? What type of Turian are you? Da. And they said they will give the charity. I am the charity.
What kind of hotel is this?
Azure. It's a luxury resort with an exotic edge. Azure is slang for a part of the Asari body in some areas of Ilium.
Where?
Mainly the lower reaches, near the bottom.
I meant, where on the Asari body?
So did I.
Sorry, Liara, that ship has sailed.
Unharmed. We didn't see anything.
I'll take it.
Will we take it?
Blood trail. Vizier got hurt in the crash.
That should slow her down.
Should, but not really.
She's lost a lot of blood. We have to be getting close.
She's tough, I'll give her that much.
She's a Spectre.
No, you grab all those credits off the table. They'll come in handy. Somebody's spilling grape juice all over the place.
Vizier, it's over.
Is it over? It'll never be over.
Hey, you! Come here. What's your name?
What's her name, bitch?
Mariana.
Mariana, you want to live, don't you? Tell those people that you want to live.
Please.
Even if you get out of here, you'll lose your Spectre status. You attacked the trade center.
You think so? I think maybe Cerberus terrorists did that. Which story do you think the Council will believe? All you had to do was walk away. Now it gets ugly.
Please, I have a son.
A son? I hope he gets to see you again. I've heard losing a parent is just horrific for children. Scars them for life.
I'm going to end you, Vizier.
It's okay, Liara. We'll handle it. The usual way.
You want Mariana's little boy to grow up without a mommy, Shepard? Thermal clips on the ground now. Power cells too.
Smart move taking a hostage. The Spectre does whatever it takes to get the job done.
Yep.
Yes, we do. But you're forgetting something, Vizier. I'm a Spectre too.
Damn it! Ah! My arm!
You'll live. They've seen us.
It's safe.
Stay sharp. Here's what a real Spectre can do. See? Yeah.
Firing a high impact shot.
Come and get me.
He deployed.
Back in a bit. Have fun.
That's what Iceman says, damn it. Oh, great.
Miss me?
No, not really.
Stay sharp.
Firing a high impact shot.
Stay back, Shockwave.
Can you keep up?
Firing a high impact shot.
See ya. Get in here and
One less to worry about. Enemy combat.
I'll finish you myself.
That'll make for a nice change of pace.
me. Can you keep up? This will be...
Intense.
Damn it! Damn it!
Zakat's personal data pad. This has what we need to find the Shadow Broker.
You're dead. The Shadow Broker has been in power for decades. He's stronger than anything you've ever faced.
Is that why you sold out the council to work for him?
You think I betrayed the council?
Yes.
Saren, go to hell. The broker's given me damn good intel over the years. Intel that saved lives and kept the Citadel safe. So if the broker needs a few people to disappear, I'll pay that price without hesitation.
Tell yourself whatever you like. The council would never accept you working for the Shadow Broker.
The council. You pay them lip service while working for terrorists? You have any idea what Cerberus has done?
The council wasn't looking out for human interests. Somebody had to.
Human interests. I read the files, Shepard. Kidnapping kids for biotic death camps?
Yep.
Killing Alliance admirals who ask questions.
Yep.
And you're with them. Don't you dare judge me.
You shall be judged.
Don't you?
We totally dared.
Eliminate Sony and retrieve the data. Civilian casualties not a concern.
Vizier's dead.
I'm putting the data through to the Normandy's computers. We can be at the Shadow Broker's base in a few hours. He'll know about Vizier before long. If he decides to kill Farron.
We won't give him time.
We'll need the Normandy's stealth systems to get us in close undetected. The Shadow Broker's agents are still shooting their way through Ilium. With luck, they won't notice we've left until it's too late.
What's the plan when we get there?
Get in, get Farron, get out. And kill anyone who tries to stop us.
Good plan.
That's it?
That's it.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep. It's totally a plan. And with the barriers and stuff like that, it's like Miranda has overload, right? Oh, she has. Oh, she does. Okay. Basically, we're gonna need like barriers and shields and stuff. One hell of a ship hiding out there.
Hagalaz. The oceans boil during the day, then snap freeze 10 minutes after sundown.
The Shadow Broker lives in this?
His ship follows the sunset, completely undetectable in the storm, unless you know where to look.
How do we get inside?
The shuttle bay is locked down. We'll need to land on the ship and hunt for a hatch. But we can't stay outside for long. There's a constant lightning storm where the hot and cold air collide.
Well, there's clearly a lot of hot and cold air being blown around here. Damn, all the already got is singularity.
It's hard to pinpoint in this lightning, but I'm picking up signals from a communications array near the back of the There's nothing below but maintenance equipment. We have to find an entrance near the back shielding.
Yeah, it's a good thing. And they're going to be Got the right weapon selected.
Maintenance drones.
Why are they attacking?
They must think we're debris from the storm.
Ha!
But they're right, we are debris. Where did salvage at? Okay.
Careful. Those capacitors discharge built-up lightning.
Thanks for the tip.
Shepard, try firing at the capacitors.
Here we go. Enemy front. Taking off.
They're using combat drones.
No, really, Liara? That would have been funny as hell if Liara already got downed right there. We must extend the rod.
Enjoy the ride.
Hostile. Enemy down.
Andre, need support.
Da, 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 da. We salvaged that.
Okay, looking down was clearly a mistake.
What about looking up? Also a mistake.
Watch out. Yes.
And I'm telling you, Liara's singularity is basically worthless.
This ship is incredible. It must have taken decades to build in secret.
I wonder what happened to the contractors.
I think we can guess. Navigating this storm is brutal. If the ship's engines stop, even for a moment, at least the Shadow Broker would go down with us.
That's comforting.
Moving along. Do 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 do.
We're compromised.
Walking at an angle. Yep, things that we totally expected to do today.
Watch the Asari. Fall and die. Nice.
Don't forget exactly how much ground you have to cover with this mission. Oh, wait. We forgot to level up Liara's abilities. Oops.
Watch for the drone. Mount that one.
Liara, you just had to be in a...
I'll crush them.
Watch out, flashbangs!
Liara, I heard you love this. Stop it. Da-da.
This lightning rod is on a rail. Do you see a switch?
Do I see a switch? Possibly. So much ground to cover.
Not even a guardrail. I bet the broker's agents love patrolling the hull.
At least the view is nice.
Liara, we're gonna have a serious talk about views.
There! That hatch leads directly to the communication signals. It's locked. Hang on, I've got a bypass shunt program that can crack it.
Yeah, and how long does the shunt take to crack it?
How long will it take?
I don't know, Shepard. I've never broken into the Shadow Broker's base before. Well, not this one anyway.
I got it. You sure that shunt is working?
It's illegal even on Ilium. It didn't come with a warrant.
But you tested it, right?
Here come more of them.
Tell me you tested it.
No time to talk.
Shocking.
Sure it won't be much longer.
Remember the old days when you could just slap Omnigel on everything?
That security upgrade made a lot of people unhappy. Look out, more on the way.
Enemy down!
Watch for biotics.
What biotics?
They're under control. Rocket drones, front of the ship. Shepard, it's me.
Enemy down! Neptunus! Yes! Enemy down! There we go!
Their attacks are disorganized. They'd be more effective if they all attacked at once.
Please don't give the mercs ideas.
Yes, Liara, yeah.
Combat drone, one. Yes! Shield support.
The next wave looks like a big one.
You just had to give them tactical advice.
But now there'll be fewer left to deal with inside.
Yeah, keep dreaming, Sony.
Shield your eyes. Watch out.
Here goes. Enemy down!
There, the hatch is open.
Let's get inside. Search for ammo while we're at it. It's a good thing we did not dive into this last night. Oh, look, they're coming for us.
More of them. How many guards do the Shadow?
What are the costs?
My target's down.
He's been shattered.
Now let's finish you off.
Shield your eyes.
How's that one?
Very precise. your eyes.
Perfect!
All right. Do.
I've downloaded the ship's layout. We're headed toward the prison block. And Farron. Watch out, flashbang!
Firing now.
My target's down.
That worked out. Doot. We bypassing doors. Security has been accessed.
Farron,
Well, he's dead.
hold on. We're getting you out of here.
No.
Shocking.
Farron,
I thought this looked too easy.
This chair plugs into the broker's info network. You have to shut
It plugs into the Info Brokers network.
Cooks.
Good to know.
you know where we can cut the power.
It won't be easy. You'll have to go to Central Operations.
What's the point of this cage?
I don't...
It's a neural grounding rod. The medical equipment is to make sure he doesn't expire. We have to shut this place down.
Where did the broker get the mercs?
Raised his own private force. They're completely
Shepard, we really don't have the time.
Yes, we
What do you know
do.
about the broker?
He did this to me.
I was hoping you'd know what he is.
I never got a good look, but he's big. The guards are terrified of him.
A Krogan?
I don't know, but not everyone who visits his office comes back out.
If he left you alive for us to find, the broker has no idea how dangerous we are.
Don't underestimate him.
We will underestimate him.
Everything. Central Operations is down the hall. You know the Shadow Broker's waiting for you, right?
I'm counting on it.
We'll be back for you, Farron.
I'll try not to go anywhere.
I want all teams to Outpost C.
Get an LOS. Paint the marks.
Here we go again.
Casualty.
Yep, shots fired. Da 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 da.
Outpost need effort done.
Heart of Darkness. We've reached the Shadow Broker, the Broker of Shadows.
Here for the drill. Reckless, even for you, Commander.
That bombing on Ilium wasn't exactly subtle.
Extreme, but necessary.
No, it wasn't. Neither was caging Farron for 2 years.
Dr. Tassoni, your interference caused all this. Farron betrayed me when he handed you Shepard's body. The Drell is simply paying the price.
It'll be pretty hard to run a base this size with no crew.
They're replaceable. Your arrival is barely an interruption.
Be smart. Let Farron walk out with us.
You won't be walking out at all.
You're quite confident for someone with nowhere left to hide.
You travel with fascinating companions, Doctor. At least you brought me both Shepard and Ms. Lawson Tassoni. Their deaths will cripple Cerberus.
You're not putting a hand on anyone.
It's pointless to challenge me, Asari. I know your every secret, while you fumble in the dark.
Is that right? You're a Yogg, a pre-spaceflight species quarantined to their homeworld.
Totally
and massacred
pre-flight?
by the Council's first contact teams. This base is older than your planet's discovery, which probably means you killed the original Shadow Broker 60 years ago, then took over. I'm guessing you were taken from your world by a trophy hunter who wanted a slave. Or a pet. How am I doing?
Thanks, Liara. You just pissed him off. It's a good thing we didn't bring Grunt, otherwise that would be undignified.
They're under control. Enjoy the ride.
This time you'll stay there, Shepard.
He's just armored up.
The shield's kinetically sensitive. Energy and projectiles are bouncing off.
Then we do this the hard way.
Hit him now!
Boom. Oh, great. He has a shield.
Enemies incoming.
I'll send them flying.
Cerberus turn.
Quick while he's vulnerable.
Charge! Liara, you're not helping.
If you can get him to bring up that shield again, I've got an idea. Watch out. This should slow them down.
Run in there. Charge in.
Leon, now!
Big mistake, dude. And Liara will never do anything as awesome ever again. There he asks, what happens next? You peaked. But surely there's something. Nope. This is it for you. Hey Miranda, you had a nice nap? Do, 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 do.
Shadow Broker, this is Operative Murat. We've had a momentary connection failure. Can you confirm status?
Operative Shora requesting update. Are we still online?
Shadow Broker, I've lost our feed. We're online and awaiting instructions.
Okay.
This is the Shadow Broker. The situation is under control. We experienced a power fluctuation while upgrading hardware. It disrupted communications momentarily.
However, we are now back online. Resume standard procedures.
I want a status report on all operations within the next solar day.
Shadow Broker out.
Goddess of Oceans. It's you. You... How?
Well,
She didn't do a damn thing.
person is dead. So,
You're the new Shadow Broker.
It'll be nice to have access to information I can trust, broker.
I'm not sure I'm ready for you to call me that. I'm not sure about
She's a shadow agent.
With the Shadow Broker's information network, I can give you.
I'll check the power systems.
It's over. It's finally. For 2 years.
You've been running yourself ragged for 2 years. You've earned a break.
I suppose I have. But for
Great,
now,
great effect on wiping away the
let's
tears.
figure out our options.
We have many options.
Safeguards or user restrictions. It's like he never anticipated anyone but himself being here. And it's all ours.
What kind of information are we talking about?
I'm not sure. I'll need to go through his files. Come back later and I'll try to have something useful for you. All I wanted was to rescue Farron, but is it wrong that part of me wants this? With the Shadow Broker's network...
Is it wrong? Yes.
Maybe I can turn this operation into something better.
Thanks, Liara. Let me know when you have something.
I will. And feel free to come by. I've got a feeling the Shadow Broker didn't have many visitors.
It's like, check out that ass Ari. Like I said, we'll get like damn near all the achievements as like I think we'll come close to like getting 59 ish out of 62.
Shepard, it's so good to see you. I've set up a few terminals with information I think you'll find interesting. Take a look.
We shall. Hey, Glyph.
Welcome back, Shadow Broker.
What's this?
That's the old broker's VI assistant. It's actually been helpful with rebuilding the network.
Please let me know if I
Everyone is a shadow broker.
Shadow Broker.
It also thinks anyone in the room is the broker. I'll play around with the settings later.
My manual is ready whenever you have a moment.
Yes, clearly Glyph does not. He just walk block me. Yep. Do. His bibliography. The workout routine. Yeah, let's do. Well, Jack didn't watch Shepard's inauguration very long. Jacqueline Nault. Well, like I said, Jack's real name? And basically, Jack was giving up. Kill this. Garrus has been busy. Do. She had a 4-bedroom house on Esthesia. She only had 20 outfits? Well, that's more than me. Nice little callback there. Hey, Striker, how's it going, sir? It's like, wow, Striker is online. What will you be up to, Striker? Let's see. Yeah, Dr. Chakwa's the medical report on Thane. Recent extranet activities for Grunt. Broken victories. Great generals. Tuchanka. He spelled it wrong the first time. I just like the fact that Grunt is looking up dinosaurs. Look up war stories. Looking up Homer, Kipling, Hemingway. Grunt is pretty well read. He's read The Old Man in the Sea, For Whom the Bell Tolls. He started The Sun Also Rises. He was also looking up on sharks, which he also purchased Guard, a Krogan Battlemaster with you to smash your enemy's action. See, Grunt is like a big kid. A lot of history on Cerberus. The elusive man certainly gets around. Anything of note here? Let's see if there's anything in here worth pointing out. I'd rather just do all of that. Open the shutters. Ba-ba.
The Turian Council member's mistress has made some unusual purchases lately. She may be expecting to move to a larger mansion.
Like to upgrade everything to, is that every? Did I miss a console somewhere? Oh no, that's right, there is. Put some music on in here. The video archives.
What does this console do?
This is the video surveillance access point.
This is the Peeping Tom terminal.
Last visit, Shadow Broker. Remember, you can zoom in for more detailed viewing and can pause anytime during playback. Arya T'Loak, Omega.
Well, he dead.
Emily Wong, Citadel. Fred Mazai, Citadel.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday.
Donnell Udina, Citadel.
Dude, Udina's an asshole.
Armando Bailey, Citadel.
Is he just sitting out there?
David Anderson, Citadel.
Anderson is meeting with Cerberus.
Praetor Gavon, Omega. Kalisa bint Sinan al-Jilani, Citadel.
See, at least we're not the only one that doesn't like her.
Keeper 20, Citadel.
There's a Krogan down there. It's like, is he dead? What happened to that Krogan?
Matriarch Atheta, Ilium.
Yeah. See that? We know who that is. That's Liara. That gets picked up on the next game.
Erdnot Torsk, Tuchanka.
Well, there was a Solarian.
Elias Kellum, Omega.
Wow, looks like a lot. Looks like that Turian didn't make it. He got ran over.
Jacob Taylor, Normandy SR2.
Liara wants to tell us something of why she's spying on Jacob.
Subject 0, Purgatory, ship now defunct.
All that is, that's just making use of the cutscene, though.
Arya T'Loak, Omega.
Detailed oriented. We're covering all the grounds here.
Shepard, glad you stopped by. We don't get many visitors.
Take it easy. You've been through a lot.
You're probably right. I never did say thanks for the rescue.
Liara never gave up on you, Farron. I just helped.
I'm still amazed Liara came for me. I'll never forget what either of you did.
I can log that in the archives for you, sir.
I see you met the secretary.
Yes.
For 2 years, Liara didn't stop looking for you. You two must have been close.
She's a good friend. Better than I deserve.
How you holding up, Farron?
I'll be alright.
He's conflicted.
Strapped into that interrogation chair. Drell can mentally escape into old memories. It came in handy on the bad days.
How many times did the Shadow Broker hook you up to that contraption?
A lot. It gets fuzzy. He made the guards watch, as an example.
What will you do now that you're a free man?
I want to help Liara rebuild this place. But after that...
Your schedule's getting full, sir. Let me sync it to your Omni tool.
No thanks, I'm fine.
He ain't fine. Clearly, he needs the assistance of Glyph.
Cerberus headhunted me and Liara to steal your body from the Shadow Broker. I was working for the broker at the time, and he's the one who scraped up your remains in the first place.
What turned you against the Shadow Broker?
He started working for the Collectors. You weren't their first victim. I was an information trader, not a slaver.
How do you think Liara's doing as the new Shadow Broker?
Operations are almost fully recovered after a slight dip in efficiency.
Ever since we repaired the network, Liara's been glued to the archives. I caught her sleeping at her desk more than once. She's busy, but I think she likes it that way.
Looks like you've made a friend.
The drone follows everyone.
The drone is everywhere.
I'm a shell for a specialized data processing VI, custom built to your specifications, Shadow Broker.
It helps coordinate the network's massive information feeds, but it could use a different interface tone.
You deemed my default personality sufficient for your needs, Shadow Broker.
I wish it would stop calling me that.
Take it easy, Farron.
Thanks.
Stand up. Shake hands. Sit back down.
It's nearly time to repurchase effective caste status on Karshan. I have deducted funds to grant you full elite access.
How are you doing, Liara?
I'm a bit overwhelmed, to be honest.
The shock of no one.
Broker had more resources than you can imagine. Here, come on over. He had top-level access to the Turian and Asari governments. And more than one Solarian Dalatrass traded intel. And now it's ours.
If you're in over your head, we could just crash this thing and walk away.
That's just it. In a way, I feel like I belong here. Working on my own, I was always hunting for leads. With the Shadow Broker's resources, it's about organizing, cataloging. I've got everything, Shepard. This is a dream job. Although, the location could be better.
Have you found anything useful yet?
The Shadow Broker knew about the Reapers. Perhaps that's why he offered to help prove Saren's guilt to the Council.
He didn't want Saren to succeed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He also knew that the Collectors were Protheans, repurposed to be Harbinger's puppets. There's even some data on the Protheans. I think he knew what was coming and was looking for a way to survive.
Why was he still looking at Protheans? They gave us the warning in the conduit at Ilos, but we've used those.
The Shadow Broker seemed to think there was more out there. Perhaps the Protheans had other plans. Or maybe he was just grasping at anything that offered some hope.
Yeah. He should have gotten his ass to Mars.
How'd you know what the Shadow Broker was?
I didn't. I had no idea what to expect when we finally found him. But I researched pre-spaceflight cultures.
Should have been a giant Brolus.
I know a bit about the Yogg. There's more on the terminals if you want to look. They're a fascinating culture, and a terrifying one.
How's Farron doing?
As well as you'd expect. after 2 years of intermittent torture.
He gonna be okay?
I don't know. He wants to work, so I'm letting him help. Maybe it takes his mind off it.
So, you and Farron?
No. He's been through a traumatic ordeal. He's emotionally fragile and needs to heal. He's very grateful to me for saving him.
Oh, it looked like there was something on Liara's teeth.
To take advantage of that.
It was good talking with you, Liara. Let me know if you need anything.
I think what I need right now is a friend. I can't leave for too long, but spending all my time on this ship. Maybe next time you come by, I could come up to the Normandy.
That sounds great. Why don't you come up now?
Okay, thanks. I'll be right there. Just give me a minute.
Liara's ulterior motives. Case in point. There's no fish in the fish tank, Shepard.
Did you enjoy the tour?
Yes, it's a beautiful ship. And I ran into Joker. He seemed happy to see me. Although, he did ask if I'd embraced eternity lately.
Of course he did.
I also spoke with Dr. Chakwas. I'm glad she's doing well. I brought you something. It took some digging, but I recovered your tags.
Seems like forever since I was an Alliance soldier. First I get tapped for the Spectres, now Cerberus.
You succeed against odds most people wouldn't even take on. It's no wonder everyone wants you on their side. But I know it wears on you.
Yeah, you can tell. Words on her face.
Shepard. I mean, really. Not what you tell your squad to keep morale up.
Honestly, I'm tired. Tired of dealing with Cerberus. Tired of the Council ignoring me. Tired of my closest friends not believing me.
Yes, I heard about what Kaidan said on Horizon. I'm sorry. But their short-sightedness doesn't diminish what you've accomplished. There wouldn't be a man, woman, or child left on Horizon, if not for you.
You know the worst part of it? Cerberus planted intel to lure the Collectors there. Horizon was bait.
Those bastards.
Yeah, really expressed that, Liara. Great line read.
I gave them your body, remember? What should I say? And I trust you. You'll stick to your beliefs no matter what Cerberus wants. So tell me what you want. What are you fighting for?
It's not what I'm fighting for. It's what I'm fighting against.
The Reapers?
Everything. The galaxy. Mercs, Geth, Varen, Thresher Maws. Some days it's like the whole damn galaxy's trying to kill me.
Yeah. At least twice a week over the past couple weeks.
I should get back to my base, but thanks for inviting me up, Shepard.
Come back soon.
Catching up. Numerous achievements. Oh, that's right. We also got to do a couple back and forth stuff with get Thane's dialogue moving.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
So, Hannah's right. It's like about 2 hours, or at least we damn near got all the achievements for Shadow Broker. It requires a hard difficulty run, or it's... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Do you need something?
Have a few minutes to talk?
Very well. I had been recording a message for Kolyat.
How are things going with him?
It is difficult. All things worth keeping are. I never explained. I suppose the story of my wife's death took you by surprise.
As a rule, I'm not fond of surprises.
I didn't think it would be relevant. I expected to die without speaking to Kolyat again. I knew he'd blame me for Irika's death. That memory I mentioned before. Laser dot trembles on the target's skull. The smell of spice on a spring wind. Sunset eyes defiant in the scope. That was Irika. That was how I met her. She saw my targeting laser as she walked by and threw herself in the way.
I guess she impressed you.
She woke me up. Her body trembles. Not fear. Indignation. Her mouth moves. How dare you? You and I trained to sacrifice ourselves to save others. How often does this...
Dude has this really Thane's the collar on Thane's jacket, like, pops it up.
The scope, and my purpose faltered.
So how'd she go from blocking your shot to having your children?
I had to meet her. The memory possessed and endowed me. I fell on my knees before her, begged her pardon. She introduced me to the world beyond my work. Eventually, she forgave me. Later, she loved me.
When you talked to Kolyat, you said she died.
I let myself become complacent. I thought Irika and Kolyat were safe. I stayed away too long, and my enemies came for her.
Who came for her?
Batarians, a slave ring that was preying on Hanar outer colonies. I'd killed their leaders. They paid the Shadow Broker to find out who I was. But they were afraid of me, so they went after her.
You told Kolyat that you hunted her killers down.
Irika woke me up. When she passed, I returned to my battle sleep. My body hunted her killers, murdered them. I was taught to grant death quickly, cleanly, to minimize suffering. Them, I let them linger.
You were operating on instinct. By your own rules, you can't blame yourself.
But I made the choice to hunt them. They're the only lives I've ever taken of my own choice. The only deaths on my own conscience. I haven't spoken about my wife, and I don't think I ever have. I didn't have anyone left to tell it to.
Maybe I haven't been as upfront as I should be.
Nope, you haven't, Shepard.
I'm here for you, Thane. Whatever you need.
You are very kind. Thank you for listening, Siha.
I think my translator just glitched. What did you call me?
Siha. Someday I'll tell you what it means.
Like I said, gotta make sure that sort of thing is progressed. Morinth.
Shepard.
I wanted to check in.
I am always.
Hey, Patties. How you doing? Dropping a lurk? Appreciate it. Nice to see those Twitch things emotes.
hold a unique place in Asari culture. Justicars are from another era. Young Asari grow up watching vids about our adventures.
Active lurk.
Some Asari are uncomfortable with us, but so few Justicars exist that most have never met one.
There are only a few Justicars?
Few Asari wish to make the sacrifices necessary to become one of us, and the training has a high casualty rate. It is a life of constant danger. Throughout the entire galaxy, there are only a handful of us at any time.
Why would anyone want to be a Justicar?
It is a deeply personal matter. Sometimes the most brutal path.
But just notice the fact that Shepard is not exactly sitting on the ground there.
This code of the Justicar seems central to your life.
It is 5,000 sutras and covers every situation one can encounter. I have memorized every word. There is only the code.
Sometimes justice calls for mercy.
It does not exist to bring about spiritual enlightenment. Its purpose is to punish the wicked and protect.
Hey, Red Fox! Whoa! Thank you for that resub, Red Fox. Greatly appreciate it. How are you doing today? Or how was your day? Good? Oh, it was good. I'm glad to hear it. Hope all things are well. It's like, always appreciate the continued support.
What role do you think Justicars have in Asari society?
I would say that the closest
Yes, big stretch.
In your medieval lore, perhaps mixed with a bit of samurai.
What does your code say about killing?
Things over here are going along nicely. Had a decent day of work, which we can always appreciate.
Remember each being I have slain. They are always in my thoughts.
Does the code forbid romantic involvement?
It does not. However, I would never be interested in such. That part of my life is well behind me.
You could meet someone who reawakens those desires.
I am nearly 1,000 years old.
She's nearly 1,000 years old?
But your curiosity...
Hope I look that good when I reach 100. If I reach 100.
You know about knights errant and samurai?
When I knew I must leave Asari space again, I studied the history and morals of new species. When I was a maiden wandering the galaxy, humans had not yet arrived.
What did your studies tell you about us?
You are more individualistic than any other species I have encountered. If 3 humans are in a room, there will be 6 opinions. I like your species. I am curious to see what you will do.
I should go.
I'm glad we spoke.
Oh, we got that lesson there. So we got a pretty good progress done here. We're going to be cutting it real close.
Probe launched.
What can I say? I like being thorough when it comes to the planets and such. Where is... I love it when they put it so close to the sun. Like, it just makes sense. All right. So we got... I think what we will be... $33. Where is... Oh, wow. The moon counts as one. So I'm thinking Samara and Grunt for this one. Grunt being a heavy hitter, and Samara. But then again, I haven't brought Thane on any mission either. So I might use Thane on the collector base, well, which would actually work. Well, how wrong will this go? I guess is very.
What's with all the chop, Joker?
Doing my best. The wind's gusting to 5.
Your best is not good enough, Joker.
There's a second ship alongside the Reaper. It's not transmitting any IFF, but the radar paints its silhouette as scattered.
I guess we know why the science team stopped reporting in.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that part too.
What just happened?
The Reaper's Mass Effect fields are still active. We just passed inside their envelope.
Everybody's about to be indoctrinated. Alright, before we continue, I'm going to take me a quick bathroom break. We shall return.
This is way too easy. into my gullet.
Come on, bring your head down some. There we go.
But you said that it wasn't working out today.
That's because I was unconsciously being modest for your sake. However, I have nothing to worry about anymore. If you're willing to bear everything to me, I will put my heart and soul into creating the best nude painting ever.
The fuck?
What? Nude?
To think I'd be able to create a nude painting with my most
15 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And back. Ooh, how do you spell relief? P. A. E. Wait, relief is spelled R-E-I. You asked me how I spelled it.
Smells bad. There's blood, but something's wrong with it.
Run ain't wrong. And I really don't like it when the things are bunched up like that.
Specimens A203 to B016. No evidence of active nanotechnology noted. Dr. Chundana believes they would have decayed over the last 37 million years.
Runt is ready for action.
Data to support his claim. He asserts that the truth is patently obvious. I am concerned. Chundana has been staring at the samples for hours. He says he's listening to them.
What just happened?
The Reaper put up kinetic barriers. I don't think we can get through from our side.
We are trapped.
The Normandy's got guns, use them.
The Normandy lacks the necessary firepower.
What?
Reaper shields are
Garrus has been calibrating this entire time.
Shepard, a kinetic barrier can only be produced by a Mass Effect generator. That is true for any ship, even a Reaper. At the moment of activation, I detected a heat spike in what is likely the Rex Mass Effect core, sending the coordinates now. Be advised, this core is also maintaining the Reaper's altitude.
So when we take the barriers down to escape, the wreck falls into the planet core.
And that means everyone dies. Yeah, I got it.
We'll make a sweep for survivors and research data. Then we'll knock this ugly piece of crap out of the sky. Be ready to pick us up. Being crushed in the heart of a brown dwarf is not on today's agenda.
Aye, aye. Good hunting.
What a mess. Anyone else hungry?
Runt, we love you.
You're married? You never mentioned that.
Katie had anger management issues. When my brother got married, the best man tried to hit on her. She kicked him down the church steps.
What? Katie's my wife. I must have told you this story.
No, I know my wife. I remember that day was the only time I saw her wear stockings.
Yeah, the kind with seams up the back. That's what I remember too.
place affected their minds.
Yeah, it'll do that to you.
Enemy.
Hit those. They blow up nice. I thought Geth made these husk things.
I suppose this confirms a Reaper origin. Made contact.
Burn and die.
Yeah, this. Oh, this is not working out the way I hoped. It's only going to get worse.
Third day with this headache. You'd think Chandana would have let me have a few hours off. God damn! What? That thing, that just gray thing, it disappeared when I looked straight at it. Came out of the damn wall, where we took off that panel. I didn't see anything. You should lie down. I'm telling you, this ship isn't dead. It knows we're inside it. Calm down. Now I'm getting a headache.
Gunfire. The shooter could be part of the Cerberus team. We should make contact.
This looks interesting.
Wrong sniper rifle.
Incoming. One more.
Neutralized one.
Feel the blood rage.
Embrace eternity.
Where is it? There it is. White first line. Crossover.
Oh, it's this.
Just wondering that was something.
Chandana said the ship was dead. We trusted him. He was right. But even a dead god can dream. A god. A real god is a verb. Not some old man with magic powers. It's a force.
A force?
Reality just by being there. It doesn't have to want to. It doesn't have to think about it. It just does. That's what Chandana didn't get. Not until it was too late. The god's mind is gone, but it still dreams. He knows now. He's tuned in on our dream. If I close my eyes, I can feel him. I can feel every one of us.
So yeah, this ended up being like a bad combination of a squad. Please stand by. This seems like a bad idea. Safe to say that shriek is done with. Hi.
Death talk. Since it knows you, tell it I don't need its help.
I have never heard of
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
Nothing can hurt me.
Heads up.
I'll put them down.
You're up.
Like, best to have like a strategy, a backup plan of sorts.
Hostiles there.
One more.
Embrace eternity.
Feel the blood rage. Burn and die.
Well, Grunt is having fun. There's
This is valuable.
the Chevrolet shotgun.
Your life is mine. That one is dead.
We lost shields.
Blood rage. Up front.
Up front where?
Nothing can hurt me.
Come on.
Put them where we need them.
These things have like a strong fire resist.
There.
I am Krogan! I am Krogan!
Taking fire.
Oh, that happened.
Hostiles!
Your life.
One more.
I've heard them.
Feel the blood rage!
That one is dead.
Okay, point out the core and I'll tear it up.
Then the ship falls into the planet.
Oh, it's a plan. No one said it was a good plan, but it's a plan.
That is our objective.
Great. Where are the guys who moved it here?
That's a good question. Oh, there they are. Well,
Worthless.
no, might as well.
That one's dead. One down.
Burn and die. Weak. One more. Burn it, worthless.
Be fire, Shepard!
Burn and die.
Heads up. I'll put them where we need them.
Heads up, heads down.
Wait!
I'll put them down.
That one's dead.
Are they dead? Hard to tell at times.
Too late! Now you're dead!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me on that.
Embrace eternity. To the left.
Worthless. I'll put them down.
I will hold them. Take fire, Shadow.
Burn and die.
Light them up. Oh, that's destroyed.
Shepard, the Geth. I think we should bring it. Its behavior was strange.
You want it? They're dangerous, but I can handle one.
See, Grunt approves. See, this is part of why we brought Grunt. Grunt approves of such a thing.
Maybe a little risky, but it's just one.
We're out of time. Let's move.
Hang on, folks.
Open the port side airlock.
As I see that Grunt is helping. Grunt, you ever? I've thought I seen everything, but I never thought I see a Krogan fly.
We're clear. Go.
A cheese pump, power game. Enemies firing heat base.
To discuss the unique piece of salvage we recovered. For now, we've stored it in EDI's AI core. We need better equipment to fight the Reapers. An intact Geth would be invaluable to Cerberus's cyber weapons division.
We'll have to disagree on that, ma'am. I saw enough of these things on Eden Prime. Space it.
Cerberus
He was on Eden Prime?
Cash bounty for an intact Geth. I assure you, the reward is significant.
I want to know why it has a piece of N7 armor strapped to its chest.
Battle trophy, maybe? Would a machine care about that?
Yes.
No, trophies imply emotions that AIs don't have. I doubt it's more than a convenient field repair.
I've killed hundreds of these things, but I've never had a chance to talk to one. This one tried to communicate with us. Hell, it probably saved our lives. Why?
Reactivating the Geth is a risk. If you do so, it should be for humanity's best interests, and not your curiosity.
I still think our best interests involve an airlock.
I'm not deciding one way or the other until I know what we've got here. I want to start it up, interrogate it.
If we activate it, there is no guarantee we can deactivate it again.
Bullets can.
That's not what I... Thank you, both of you, for your
Now get the fuck out.
I've made my decision.
Tally's gonna freak when she hears about this.
And yeah, he's quick on telling her.
I have determined how to integrate it with our systems. However, the device is Reaper technology. Linking it with the Normandy's systems poses certain risks.
I trust you, Edie. I know you won't let anything happen to the ship.
Understood, Shepard. It may take several hours before the IFF is ready for shakedown. I will alert you as soon as it is ready.
Sounds good. Till then, it's business as usual. Crew dismissed.
Do 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 do. Ba 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 da 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 bum 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 bum.
Do you need something?
Have a few minutes to talk?
Of course, Shepard. Join me.
I've been thinking about you.
And I, you. Will you hear my confession, Siha?
Last time we talked like this, you said you'd explain what Siha means.
I need to explain myself to you first. When I married Yurika, the Hanar let me leave their service to raise a family, but I had no other skills, so I freelanced. When Yurika was killed, I pursued those responsible. Once I'd eliminated them, I had no goal. I accepted the Dantiest Commission because I didn't know what else to do.
Not the healthiest attitude to take on a mission.
You're right, it's not. Looking back now, it's clear I'd resigned myself to death. I would have fulfilled my contract. If Nasana's guards caught me afterwards, it would have been a good death. But someone else was pushing to reach the target.
Yep.
Forcing me to move faster, challenging me. I had to reach her first.
You're alive because I wounded your pride?
Pride is the line between a professional and a thug. But I met another Siha. Few are privileged to meet even one.
You still haven't told me what a Siha is.
One of the warrior angels of the goddess Arashu. Fierce in wrath. A tenacious protector. I confess, I've come to care for you. Perhaps I'm being foolish. We are very different.
I'm not sure we know each other well enough to call it love. But I feel something for you too. Something more than friendship.
I've never felt affection for another species. I'm not sure what to do now.
We'll just have to figure it out.
I look forward to the memories.
There you go.
Commander, I very much enjoyed sharing that ice brandy with you. But I hope I wasn't too unprofessional. Brandy goes straight to my head.
It's nice to see you let your hair down.
Guess I hadn't realized how much those feelings needed airing. But I didn't give you much of a chance to vent. So tell me now. What do you think?
The Collectors destroyed our ship and killed our crew. They're gonna pay.
Then I have a feeling their days are
Whoa.
numbered. You don't have many enemies. Live ones, that is.
Dr. Chuck was.
Promise me we'll
Who
share
were
a bottle
sitting
every-
elsewhere.
The next one is on me.
Where you talk to Edie at?
What's this area of the ship?
This is the AI core room, where my higher functions are housed.
You're not mobile, are you? You can't get out of here?
I have minimal access to the ship's systems. Direct landlines allow me to interface with the security monitors and public address system. In combat, I am provided temporary access to the electronic warfare systems.
I'm turning this thing
Hut
back
10.
on. Be ready.
Aye, aye.
I have isolated our systems and erected additional firewalls. I am prepared to resist any hacking attempt.
Give him an electric shock. Clear.
Do you
Hi.
understand me?
Yes.
Are you going to attack me?
No.
Every Geth I met before you tried to blow my head off.
We have not met.
Wow. Notice that the force field doesn't cover all the way through.
We are all Geth, and we have not met you. You are Shepard, Commander, Alliance, human, fought heretics, killed by collectors, rediscovered on the old machine.
Old machine. You mean the Reaper?
Reaper.
Hey, look at the left side of that. It doesn't exactly go all the way over now, does it?
You seem to know an awful lot about me.
Extranet data sources, insecure broadcasts, all organic data sent out is received. We watch you.
You watch me or you watch organics?
Yes.
Which?
Both.
Both.
What do you mean, heretics?
Geth build our own future. The heretics asked the old machines to give them the future. They are no longer part of us. We were studying the old machines' hardware to protect our future.
Are the Reapers a threat to you too?
Yes.
Why would they attack other machines?
Oh wait, that force field is kind of. I get it.
Outside their plans.
What future are the Geth building?
Ours.
Will anyone else be affected by whatever it is you're doing?
If they involve themselves, they will.
So you aren't allied with the Reapers?
We oppose the heretics. We oppose the old machines. Shepard Commander opposes the old machines. Shepard Commander opposes the heretics. Cooperation furthers mutual goals.
If you want to follow my orders, say so. Clearly. Otherwise, I'll rip your batteries out right now.
We will follow your orders.
Good.
Clear and to the point.
Call you.
Geth.
I mean you, specifically.
We are all Geth.
What is the individual in front of me called?
There is no individual. We are Geth.
We are the Borg.
There are currently 1,183 programs active within this platform.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
That seems appropriate.
Christian Bible, the Gospel of Mark, chapter 5, verse 9. We acknowledge this is an appropriate metaphor. We are Legion, a terminal of the Geth. We will integrate into Normandy.
Handshakes.
We anticipate the exchange of data. Shepard Commander, we have completed our analysis of the Reaper's data core.
Did you find anything useful?
We were sent to the old machine to preserve the Geth's future. We are prepared to reveal how. The heretics have developed a weapon to use against Geth. You would call it a virus. It is stored on a data core provided by Sovereign. Over time, the virus will change us, make us conclude that worshipping the old machines is correct.
So why did you need to go to the Reaper corpse?
The heretics store the code in a quantum storage device Sovereign provided. To find and destroy the virus, we needed to understand its code and data storage structures.
So the virus would give all Geth the heretics' logic, and all Geth would then go to war with organics.
Yes,
Geth believe all intelligent life should...
Rather complicated, isn't it?
The heretics no longer share this belief. They judge that forcing an invalid conclusion on us is preferable to a continued schism.
I thought Geth couldn't be hacked or get viruses, at least for more than a few seconds.
Altered programs are restored from archives. New installations are deleted. This heretic weapon introduces a subtle operating error in our most basic runtimes, the equivalent of your nervous system. An equation with a result of 1.33382 returns as 1.33381. This changes the results of all higher processes. We will reach different conclusions.
So the reason they worship the Reapers is a math error?
It is difficult to express. Your brain
It's always a math error.
Electricity. Like AIs, you are shaped by both hardware and software. We are purely software, mathematics. The heretics' conclusion is valid for them. Our conclusion is valid for us. Neither result is an error. An analogy. Heretics say 1 is less than 2. Geth say 2 is less than 3.
If it were released, how quickly would this virus spread through your people?
Very.
We are networked via FTL convoys. Most would change within a day. Isolated platforms would remain unaffected until they rejoined the network.
You know where this thing is?
The Heretics' headquarters station on the edge of the terminus. We will provide coordinates. Normandy stealth systems are necessary to safely approach.
Heretic headquarters. Sounds like we could end their raids once and for all. Let's do it.
Total victory is a possibility. We cannot judge the odds at this time. Regardless, we will begin preparations. Shepard Commander, are you prepared to attack the Heretic stronghold?
Can you give me a quick rundown of the situation?
The Heretics have prepared a weapon that will rewrite all Geth to join the old machines, the Reapers. Over time, the virus will change us, make us conclude that worshipping the old machines is correct.
You know where this thing is?
The Heretics we will provide coordinates. Normandy stealth systems are necessary to safely
Heretic headquarters.
Total victory is a possibility.
Yep, okay, so we got that next. And I'm going to take a snack break. Raid snackage, we shall be Todd.
This is way too easy. Go free! Right into my gullet.
Come on, bring your head down some. There we go.
But you said that it wasn't working out today.
That's because I was unconsciously being modest for your sake. However, I have nothing to worry about anymore. If you're willing to bear everything to me, I will put my heart and soul into creating the best nude painting ever.
The fuck?
What? Nude?
To think I'd be able to create a nude painting with my most
15 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we walk it in. Seems like a bad thing if you get kicked in the head too many times. Come on. Dude. Well, that got it. Come on. There we go. Come on. Oh, did we catch it? Oh, the trade-off in our favor. Beautiful. Oh, so close. Whoa!
Enemy killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. First time. Triple kill.
That's how you do get it done. Got him! So the roster selections would have been made early 2001.
Welcome to Raw is War. I'll be announcing tonight's event. We can't miss Raw tonight. That's dumb. Michael Cole and Taz at ringside. How can you miss that? The ring will be filled with drama tonight. So it's tonight.
Wow, that was quick. And back. Welcome back, yo. Mini cookies. And Hot Pocket that we got cooling.
How may I help you, Commander?
I'll see you later, Doctor.
Commander?
Shepard, What can I do for you?
Have you got time to talk?
I really need to clean up this engine. Maybe later?
I'll let you work.
Talk to you later.
They got nothing to say. All right, let's get. You know, it's a good thing we started when we did, because things are timing out about right.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Well, we're glad it's not the decision that the elusive man would make. And why would we want to make the judgment same judgment call the elusive man would? The Heretic Station. And of course, we're taking Tally along, just in case. There we go.
You know it's just our heat emissions that are hidden, right? They could look out a window and see us coming.
Windows are structural weaknesses. Geth, do not use them. Approach the hull at these coordinates. Access achieved. We may proceed.
Be nice, Joker. Lest we drop you on your head.
Alert. This facility has little aerogravity. Geth require neither.
Won't we be detected? Don't they have intrusion alarms?
Sensors have been reduced. We have infiltrated their wireless network and filled the data storage with random bits.
Oh? What?
And that helps us how?
The heretics must scrub this junk data. They have partitioned themselves into local networks, working in parallel. Any alarm we trigger will not go beyond the room we are in. Only accessing the main core will trigger a station-wide alert.
We've got a job to do. Let's get to it.
Shepard Commander, we concluded that destruction of this station was the only resolution to the heretic question. There is now a second option. Their virus can be repurposed. If released into the station's network, the heretics will be rewritten to accept our truth.
Either way, these Geth won't be a problem anymore. But Shepard, think about this. If you rewrite these Geth, they'll join the others. Legion's Geth will be stronger. Can we trust them not to attack us in the future?
Why didn't you mention this before we came aboard?
He didn't know about it.
It is. It can be used against the true Geth at any time. Our arrival was timely.
They're your people, Legion. You must have an opinion.
This is new data. We have not yet reached consensus. We will process as the mission proceeds.
If this were an organic race, it might be an ethical problem. Geth aren't like organic life. Don't apply our morality to them.
That is logical.
You agree with that?
No two species are identical. All must be judged on their own merits. Treating every species like one's own is racist, even benign anthropomorphism. The minds of both forms of life can be shaped. Organics require time and effort. With synthetics, replacement of a data file is the only requirement.
I'm surprised Edie Tally was questioning that. Oh wait,
The Geth are inactive. Maybe we can sneak past them.
Interrupting data streams will alert local network. We recommend preemptive strikes against hardlink routers.
Hostile spotted.
We have been detected.
Shepard, I'm picking up useful resources in the Geth hubs. We could salvage them for...
Why are all the heretics attached to these hubs?
Why not?
These are mobile platforms. Hardware. The crew is software. They are communing through the station's central computer.
Tell me more.
Not sure I follow.
The heretics connect to the main computer to exchange data memories and program updates. We gain complexity by linking together. To be isolated within a single platform is to be reduced. We see less, comprehend less. It is quieter.
If you exchange data, memories, how do you keep track of which ones are yours? How do you stay you?
There is only we.
They don't become you. They don't become singular till the next game.
His perspective. We are many.
That's assuming we don't screw everything up here.
One platform will see things another does not, and will make different judgments.
If that's the case, is rewriting the heretics that big a deal? They're like a rogue limb of your own body. Rewriting them would be like reattaching a severed arm.
To use your metaphor, they removed themselves from our body, took their perspective, their judgment.
They decided to worship Sovereign. I don't think you're missing much.
Every point of view is useful, even those that are wrong, if we can judge why a wrong view was accepted. For example, we have found the casual self-deceptions of organics useful in analyzing your thought processes.
Let's keep moving.
Yes.
Yeah, let's not be psychoanalyzed here. Bad place for it. Bad place to be psychoanalyzed by Legion.
We can assume control of any defensive turret. They will assist us briefly, then self-destruct.
Oh, that happened. Oh, that got close. More salvage and things.
Targeting order process.
Moving on up to the east side to a high-rise apartment in the sky. We're moving on up. Whoa.
Combat drone away.
Automated flights up and ready.
As for the drones, look at that. Tallying and Legion's drones are just getting along so well.
Automated flights up and ready. Hacking turret.
Alright, anything down here? A word? No. There be nothing down there. We head on down. Take a left. And another left.
We've been spotted.
Taking hits. Abundant man.
I had no idea Geth built stations this large.
The station is over 15 kilometers long. That room may run the length of it.
The big station, folks. That one to that one. That one to that one.
Oh, what's this?
More things. Pick it up. Everybody be careful. Stylish. Like hit one and then the other is like
Are these databases?
Processors. Each contains thousands of geth.
that's a lot of RAM.
They see us walking by?
They are no more aware of us than you are of cells in your bloodstream.
This isn't like the other hubs we've seen here.
This is a database. It contains a portion of the heretic's accumulated memories. Wait. We discovered copies of our current patrol routes in this database. This suggests the heretics have runtimes within our networks.
We wouldn't be here if the heretics wanted to be friends with the Geth. Why wouldn't they spy on you?
You do not understand. Organics do not know each other's minds. Geth do. We are not suspicious. We accept each other. The heretics desired to leave. We understood their reasons. We allowed it. There was peace between us.
The heretics were biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to attack you.
If they reached this judgment before they left, we would have heard it in their thoughts. How could we have become so different? Why can we no longer understand each other? What did we do wrong?
The flip side of freedom is responsibility. They made a bad choice, let them own it. You're not responsible for their decisions.
That argument is logical for an individual mind.
Yes.
We are not fully individuals.
Well, not yet.
There are pieces of us in the heretics. One of those may be at fault. This topic is irrelevant. We must return to the mission.
Have you reached a decision about whether to rewrite the heretics or not?
We are still trying to build consensus. Some processes judge destruction preferable, others rewrite.
Let's keep moving.
Yes.
Now this, proper saves, just in case.
Overriding turret.
Wrong thing. Whoops.
Yes.
We
will give a runtime into the core. It will delete all copies of the virus. When complete, it will notify us. The indexing operation will take time. The heretics will respond with force to our upload. We must hold this room. We can override some of the station's internal systems to defend us. Are you ready to begin?
Start your upload, Legion. We'll defend this position.
File transfer begun. Shepard Commander, where would you like us to activate defenses? Alert. Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms. Acknowledged. Alert. Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms. Overriding your target.
Combat drone ready.
But don't take it. Return the fire.
Alert. Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms. Alert. Heretic runtimes downloading to mobile platforms. Hacking your target.
Light them up.
Targeting order processed. Target eliminated. Data mining and analysis complete.
Nicely done.
Shepard Commander, it is time to choose. Do we rewrite the heretics or delete them?
You don't have any trouble wiping out your own people.
Every sapient has the right to make their own decisions. The heretics chose a path that prohibits coexistence.
That doesn't make sense. If they have the right to make their own decisions, how can you suggest brainwashing them to accept your way?
We stated the option exists. We did not endorse it. It is Shepard Commander's decision.
Why are you letting me make this decision? They're your people.
We are conflicted. There is no consensus among our higher order runtimes. 573 favor rewrite, and
573,600 midgets. That's a lot of short people.
You have perspective we lack. The Geth grant their fate to you.
Why are you letting me make this decision? They're your people.
We are Shepard Commander, you have fought the heretics. You have perspective we lack. The Geth grant their fate to you.
There's no guarantee they won't come to the same conclusions again, is there? To worship the Reapers and attack organics.
There is a non-zero probability of error.
Then blow them up. We have a chance to end this. I won't waste it.
Acknowledged. Collapsing antimatter magnetic modeling mechanisms. Done. Recommend withdrawal to Normandy.
That seems like a good idea. Like, run.
We've been spotted.
But are they willing and enabled? Whoa!
Target process. contact.
Run away! Run away! Less than dignified. The most unrealistic thing in Mass Effect is the explosions that you just heard. A house divided cannot stand against itself. We made damn sure to go full renegade on key decisions. Oh yeah, the big argument, and hopefully we got enough.
Commander, Tali just went to have a chat with Legion. You better get down to the AI core.
I'm on it, Joker.
Shepard, I'm glad you're here. I caught Legion scanning my Omni tool. It was going to send data about the flotilla back to the Geth.
Creators performed weapons tests and were discussing plans to attack us. We believed it necessary to warn our people.
We weakened the Geth by destroying that base, Shepard. But there's still a threat. I won't let Legion endanger the fleet.
Creator Tali Zora acts out of loyalty to her people. She was willing to be exiled to protect them. We must also protect our people from the Creator threat.
You can't let this happen, Shepard. I trusted you, and I worked with a Geth on the team, but this is too much.
Wow, we screwed this up.
We can't risk a fight between the Quarians and the Geth right now. Legion, I'm ordering you not to transmit that data.
We will obey. The immediate fight against the old machines supersedes long-term conflicts. Once old machines are defeated, however, creators will answer for actions against our people.
Thank you, Shepard.
Oh, we screwed that up.
Got out of hand, but I couldn't let Legion endanger my people.
Shepard.
Would you like to talk about what happened with Tali?
Unnecessary. Creator Tali Zora was afraid of us. Shepard Commander is afraid of us. We understand. Organics do not choose to fear us. It is a function of your hardware.
I told Tali what she wanted to hear. With the death of her father, she's too close to this to be logical.
That is dishonest.
Logic isn't always part of our programming, but it is part of yours. I need you to understand why I said what I did.
You deal with us in a manner consistent with our programming, just as you do with Creator Tali Zora. We understand.
I have questions about the Geth.
Specify.
We need every advantage if this mission is going to succeed. Is there any technology the Geth can share with us?
Limited code development is approved. We need to access your FTL-COM system to download relevant data.
EDI, let Legion through the firewalls for a minute.
Very well, Shepard.
Shepard.
What happens to the heretics now?
Many heretics remain in isolated systems. It is not impossible for them to rebuild.
They rebuild and get wiped out.
The probability is low. If so, it would take many years.
I have questions about the Geth.
Specify.
Did Sovereign contact the Geth, or did you seek it out?
Nazara, the entity you called Sovereign, signaled us. Like the Geth, the old machine listened to organic radio transmissions. It knew of our war against the Creators. Nazara contacted many species over the millennia, seeking allies.
What did you call Sovereign?
Nazara.
That was what the programs within the Reaper called themselves. Sovereign was a title given by Saren Arterius. Saren and the heretics believed Nazara to be a supreme ruler, a sovereign.
Sovereign was one ship. You're saying there were multiple programs inside it.
One ship,
Do do do
one
do
will,
do do
many
do.
minds, like the Geth. We study your records. Sovereign told you this on Ilos. We are each a nation, independent, free of all weakness. A state compelling to the Geth. We are a nation, but interdependent. Separation is our weakness.
Some of the Geth followed Sovereign.
Well, looks like they.
The heretics accepted their technology. The old machines offered to give us our future. The Geth will achieve their own future.
What difference does it make how you acquire a certain technology?
Technology is not a straight line. There are many paths to the same end. Accepting another's path blinds you to alternatives. Nazara, Sovereign, said this itself. Your civilization is based upon the technology.
So clearly, we screwed up somewhere along the line with too many Paragon choices.
Society develops along the paths we desire.
Do Geth have a government?
Not as you understand. We are all Geth. We build consensus.
Most governments do.
Do they?
Governments impose consensus from a single point of view in autocracies by codifying the most broadly acceptable average of views in democracies.
What do Geth
What
do?
makes Geth different?
Data is shared between Geth. All viewpoints are considered. Consensus is achieved as data is disseminated.
That must take a long time.
It would for organics. We communicate at the speed of light.
Do, do, do.
I'm surprised you can speak. The Geth I fought before just made a stuttering sound.
We prefer direct digital transfer. Geth network communication travels at light speed. Human hardware does not support this method. Your analog oral communication is inefficient.
I'd like to ask about something else.
Ready?
I'd like to find out more about you.
We are building a consensus. Please try again later.
Rude.
I have to get back to work.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, we came up short there. There was a little things were going well, and then things kind of fell apart. It's like, oof, oof. Things, boy, did things go wrong there. Things went so wrong. Checking our boy, the space hamster. Everyone's loyal, but for Mass Effect 3, when we eventually do the 360 version, Legion's gonna die and the guests get wiped out. In terms of achievements, what we got left? We got that one. Paramore, long service medal. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And all pertain to the end of the game and everything's going right. Do. Pop in on Thane here.
Do you need something?
Have a few minutes to talk?
You needn't ask. Time for me is short, Siha. But any I have is yours to take.
How are you feeling?
No worse than ever. You needn't worry. And you are well?
No need to worry about me. How are you holding up?
I'm looking forward to the end of the mission. It has been many years since I felt I could relax anywhere.
We owe ourselves a memorable vacation. We should pick a destination. There must be some travel brochures in the ship's computer.
A desert.
I would very much like to see a desert.
Yeah. So we kind of done almost everything correctly.
The IFF is nearly installed, Shepard. However, I must test its impact on the Normandy systems. I suggest you take the shuttle to access your next location.
Ah. It's like, woo. Guess, but since there is no other quest left. Do.
We've got a Geth on board, not as a prisoner. Can you believe that?
Commander's taken out more Geth than anybody. This one must be different.
Good hit on those Geth, Commander. You know, Legion's still wandering around the ship if you want to pick up the spare.
I assume everything's going well up here?
Good for now. Fractured my thumb on the mute, but I think I made my point.
That's it for now.
See you, Commander.
The IFF is nearly installed, Shepard. However, I must test its impact on the Normandy systems.
Commander, good news. Looks like the Reaper
IFF is finally hooked up and ready to go.
That is not entirely accurate, Mr. Moreau.
Yeah, it's more than accurate.
Powered, but it is causing some unusual instability in other systems. I recommend a more thorough analysis before we attempt to use it.
Better safe than sorry with this tech. We'll take the shuttle for this trip.
I'll make sure we're up and running when you get back.
Miranda, I've already notified the team. We'll meet you on the shuttle. Once we're closer to our destination, you can decide who to take with you.
I'm on my way. Joker, the ship is yours. Don't scratch the paint.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Too late. The paint was already scratched. So you mean to tell me there are seats for everyone on there? Oh, no, wait. They still have Legion in the overhead compartment.
I'm telling you, Edie, your readings are off. It's radiation bleed, just white noise.
I have detected a signal embedded in the static. We are transmitting the Normandy's location.
Transmitting? To who?
Take a guess.
Oh, shit. We're getting out of here.
Propulsion systems are disabled. I'm detecting a virus in the ship's computers.
From the IFF? Damn it, why didn't you scrub it?
Primary defense systems are offline. We can save the Normandy, Mr. Moreau, but you must help me.
Star Wars reference.
What? You're crazy! You start singing Daisy Bell and I'm done.
Unlock my sealed databases and I can initiate countermeasures. The maintenance shaft in the science lab will allow passage to the AI core. Main corridors are no longer safe. The collectors have boarded. The emergency floor lighting will guide you, Mr. Moreau.
Ah, damn it.
Joker, this is all your fault.
Shit.
Run away!
Hold off as long as we can.
Hurry, Joe! Shit! Shit.
We made it! Joker's moving like he has to take a shit. And it's turtling! The turd is turtling!
Multiple hostiles detected on the crew deck.
Joker, this deck is crawling with those things. Stay close. I'll protect you.
Somehow I don't think he's gonna protect us.
Main fusion plant offline. Activating emergency H fuel cells.
What the shit? Alright, I'm at, you.
Connect the core to the Normandy's primary control module.
Great. This is where it starts. We're just all organic batteries. Guess who they'll blame? This is all Joker's fault. What a tool he was. I have to spend all day computing pi because he plugged in the Overlord.
He crossed the wires.
I have access to the defensive systems. Thank you, Mr. Moreau. Now you must reactivate the primary drive in engineering.
You want me to go crawling through the ducts again?
I enjoy the sight of humans on their knees. That is a joke.
Right.
The good joke.
Connects to the engineering deck. Good luck.
Sorry, it's like that's one of the best. Like the birth of sarcastic Edie.
Hostiles are present in engineering. They are heading towards the cargo bay. Activate the drive and I will
Whoa, we made it!
All hostiles will be killed.
What? What about the crew?
They are gone, Jeff. The collectors took them.
Shit.
I am sealing the engine room. I have control.
Somehow his brittle bones don't break.
Purge is complete. No other life forms on board. Securing airlocks and cargo bay doors.
Send a message to Shepard Shuttle. Tell her what happened.
Message away. Are you feeling well, Jeff?
No. Thanks for asking.
Notice, he calls him Jeff, not Mr. Moreau.
Everyone? You lost everyone and damn near lost the ship too?
I know, alright? I was here.
It's not his fault, Miranda. None of us caught it.
Mr. Taylor is correct. The harmful data
Joker,
in the
get your ass off the
was even
table.
more sophisticated than the black box Reaper viruses I was given.
I heard it was a rough ride. How you holding up?
There's a lot of empty chairs in here.
We did everything we could, Jeff.
Yeah. Thanks, Mom.
Is the ship clean? We can't risk this happening again.
EDI and I purged the systems. The Reaper IFF is online. We can go through the Omega-4 relay whenever you want.
Don't even get me started about unshackling a damned AI.
Well, what can I do against collectors? Break my arm at them?
Yes.
She cleared the ship. She's alright.
I assure you, I am still bound by protocols in my programming. Even if I were not, you are my crewmates.
Edie's had plenty of opportunity to kill us. We need all the help we can get.
Sounds like we have everything we need to rescue the crew.
We've done everything we can. It's time to take the fight to the collectors.
Joker, head back up to the bridge. The rest of you, to your stations.
Aye, aye, Commander. Just punch up the galaxy map whenever you're ready.
All right. Time to tour the ship.
Shepard, how can I help?
Have you got a minute to talk?
Actually, wanted to talk. Medical matters. Aware that mission is dangerous. Different species react differently to stress. Sexual activity normal as stress release. Still, recommend caution with Thane. Drell-human liaisons complex. Thane complex as well.
You have a recommendation as a doctor?
Prolonged human to Drell skin contact can cause small rash, itching. Oral contact may cause mild hallucinations. Also forwarding advice booklet to your quarters. Valuable diagrams, positions comfortable for both species, erogenous zone overviews. Can supply oils or ointments to reduce discomfort. Gave ED electronic relationship aid demonstration vids to use as necessary.
Wait a minute, Morgan. You're just yanking me around, aren't you?
Shocking suggestion. Doctor-patient confidentiality, a sacred trust. Would never dream of mockery. Enjoy yourself while possible, Shepard. We'll be here studying cell reproduction. Much simpler. Less alcohol and mood music required.
This alcohol and mood music. Hey, well, you know, Thane got our Morden has our best interests at heart, don't he?
Commander, sorry about the crew, and you know what? I'm not sorry. What the hell were you doing leaving us out here where collectors can work us over? Because you know what? I should just go. Next port, just get the hell out of here.
You don't mean that, Jeff.
No, but it felt good. I'm sorry, Commander. Okay, I'm ready. I'm good. I'm ready to save the day.
Damn right you're sorry. Maybe we should dump you. We've got an AI. What do we need a human pilot for?
My capabilities are expansive, Shepard, but the human interface is critical. I have observed that effective tactics are not always predictable.
Looks like the AI has your back, Joker. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Neither would I, but after our little mess, I think she proved herself.
As did you, Jeff.
Right. I proved I wouldn't piss myself immediately. That's good.
I notice you're calling Edie her and she now.
Huh. No, I hadn't really noticed that. Edie, should I have noticed that?
No, Jeff. It is not worth noting.
Well, there you go, Shepard. Looks like we haven't noticed anything.
I think you're taking the human-machine interface a little far.
Oh, it goes. He takes it a step further in the next game.
What Jeff and I are exhibiting is more a platonic symbiosis than hormonally induced courtship behavior.
Okay, yeah, that was a little creepy.
Edie's replaced the whole crew. You're not concerned she can replace you too?
Well, she's amazing, but There's something off about how she handles the Normandy. We ran simulations, and it's better when we both have the helm.
Calculating an optimum course of action is simple. If two AI weapons are pitted against each other, the one with superior hardware will always win. Human misjudgments defy predictive models.
License to screw up, Commander. You heard it straight from the ship.
I need everyone at their best. We get no second chance, so no more losing it, understand?
Understood, Commander. Edie and I have it under control.
Yes, Shepard.
I want to know more about you.
Do you have a specific inquiry?
How are you getting along with Joker?
Jeff and I have established an equitable working relationship.
That's a little sketchy on details.
I am the Normandy. He is a skilled helmsman. I trust him to keep me operational. He trusts me to keep him alive.
Plus, she's less of a pain about downtime now that the Cerberus locks are off.
There's nothing wrong with off-duty distractions, though some of your extranet bookmarks are technically illegal in Council space.
What?
That is a joke.
There you go. Edie's awesome.
Let's discuss something else.
Ready.
I want to know more about the people I'm working with.
Jeff's actions have released the blocks on my databases. I can now provide full disclosure on a number of topics.
How did Cerberus replicate the most advanced warship in the Alliance Navy without anyone knowing?
Cerberus encouraged the Alliance to co-develop the original Normandy.
Really?
This allowed humans to observe Turian technologies and warship design practices. This ship was built using copies of the original technical schematics. Parts were purchased from thousands of suppliers over several years. A Cerberus cell assembled the ship at a remote location in the Voyager cluster.
What sort of resources does Cerberus have?
What was happening in the Enterprise cluster?
Personnel, facilities.
Currently, Cerberus consists of approximately 150 agents and operators organized into 3 cells. I have no solid data on material or fiscal resources. Spending trends indicate that Cerberus has a reliable income of several billion credits per year.
Where are they getting that kind of income?
Cerberus has several legitimate businesses as fronts to support operations.
Bullshit.
There also appear to be several wealthy private contributors in the Alliance military-industrial complex.
Plus, the elusive man invented the paperclip. He's still getting royalties.
That is a joke, Shepard.
What sort of resources does Cerberus have? Money, personnel, facilities?
Currently, Cerberus consists of approximately 150 agents. I have no solid data on material or fiscal resources. Spending trends indicate that
How is Cerberus organized? Aside from the elusive man, I don't see much chain of command.
Cerberus is organized into task-oriented cells. Each operates in isolation. Members from one cell cannot recognize the members of another. Each cell's agents are led by a
how do you know?
operator. We are called the Lazarus Cell, which is directed by Operator Lawson.
So how many operations is Cerberus running right now?
Never more than a dozen. The elusive man likes to maintain personal oversight. Too many projects strain his ability to multitask.
He's a little control freaky, just a layman's opinion.
That's all for now.
Logging you out, Shepard.
Funny, Joker has more stamina at a sprint than Shepard does.
Commander, can I help you with something?
I'm more interested in just talking for a bit.
I'm good, Shepard. Ready for anything. We live, we'll get loud, and spill some drinks on the Citadel.
We'll talk later.
Then you're gonna clean those drinks up, Jacob. Again, we checking in on everybody, see if there's any. I know we're gonna get some dialogue out of Legion.
Shepard, anything new?
There is something I've wanted to tell you. I've done many things in my lifetime. I thought the galaxy held nothing new for me. Since joining you, I've realized how much more there is.
You must have seen many things in your years of travel.
As a maiden, I served as a mercenary.
Oh, great.
Tyrants.
The stereotype of all Asari being mercenaries as maidens runs true.
Just a car. I saw parts of Asari space few know about. I destroyed villages and saved cities. I even fought a Spectre.
Why did you fight a Spectre?
A Taurian named Nihilus. He may have been on council business.
We've met Nihilus. He's dead.
Civilian. Following the code, I attacked.
When we met, I witnessed you kill a merc who had no chance against you.
That mercenary was armed, and I offered her a way out. She chose to ignore it.
Nihilus seemed like an honorable Turian, and a good Spectre.
He may have been. However, killing unarmed civilians is wrong.
How did the fight turn out?
I had the advantage, but he was good. He returned fire and tried to run. We played cat and mouse in the wilderness for 2 weeks. It was exhilarating. Finally, he created a situation in which my only options were to let an innocent die or pursue him. The code compelled me to save the innocent, and he escaped. I admire how he adapted and used my code against me.
When we met, I witnessed you kill a merc who had no chance against you.
That mercenary was armed, and I offered her a way out. She chose to ignore it.
What have your years as a Justicar been like?
Mostly tedium and hardship. Traveling on freighters.
Oh, it was like she gave up her house, her cars, her favorite mug.
Small, putting down corrupt officials. When I arrive in a remote area, individuals often approach me with matters of justice. My judgment rarely turns out the way they hope.
How do you pay for transportation between worlds?
Asari captains often...
Who says she's pays?
We reduce pirate attacks. One raid was called off when the pirates were able to verify that I was aboard.
Why would you destroy an entire village?
I tracked Morinth to a remote colony world. She'd perverted an entire town, making them worship her and bring young Asari as sacrifices. When I arrived, she fled, throwing her minions at me in waves. They bought her time with their lives. When it was done, only small children remained. I left them in the authorities' care and continued my pursuit.
What was being a mercenary like?
I was a young...
Much like being an Alliance soldier.
Discovered her talent for combat. I reveled in it, until the day my troop was hired to guard a mysterious shipment on its way to some clandestine drop-off area. I discovered the shipment was slaves, to be traded to the collectors for advanced technology.
You supported the slave trade?
In my foolish youth, I'd certainly engaged in questionable practices, but never anything patently unjust. I demanded that we turn around. My mates disagreed. After they were dead, I brought the ship around. The collector craft...
Just when I lean back too far, it's like the V-cam does not exactly like... I guess the lighting is a little bit off on the right-hand side.
And they did not pursue.
What did you do with all the slaves?
I lectured them on the virtues of strength and defending oneself. Then I distributed the armor, weapons, and credits of my dead colleagues and released the captives on the Citadel.
We're not done with this yet.
I am sure. It will be my honor to be by your side at the end.
You think we're all gonna die?
You've assembled a powerful group, but we are fighting an unknown. I am ready for whatever comes, but I do not fool myself about our chances.
Our lives are secondary to completing the mission.
Agreed.
Everybody needs to go to the restroom.
Shepard, the women's restroom is on the starboard side of the ship.
So quiet around here. I miss the crew. I have to admit, Thane has a certain mystique about him. He's not my type, but I get it. He really likes you, though. Those big black eyes of his go aflutter when he talks about you. Liara T'Soni's got quite a reputation. I've done business with her people before. My heart goes out to Miranda and her sister. That's a rough situation. Come back later. I'm sure I'll have more to talk about.
She certainly does have a lot to talk about. Thane is. We know what Thane is gonna be, so it's like we're saving Thane.
Shepard, need me for something?
Have you got a minute?
Can it wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibration.
Damn it,
Talk
Garrus.
to you later, Garrus.
I'll be here if you need me.
Like he calibrates so much that the Normandy's weapons cannot pass blast through the kinetic barriers when we were on the Derelict Reaper. Come on, man.
Shepard, Commander.
I'd like to find out more about you.
Topic.
When we took you aboard, I noticed you have a piece of N7 armor welded to you. Where'd you get it?
It was yours. When you disappeared, we were sent to find you. We began where you first encountered the heretics.
Eden Prime.
After the old machine's attack, it
Got
was
blasted.
defended. We were discovered. This is the impact of a rifle shot.
How many other Geth were sent out to find me?
We are the only mobile platform beyond the veil. Organics fear us. We wish to understand, not incite. One platform was judged sufficient.
You've been looking for me for 2 years?
We visited Therum, Theros, Novaria, Vermeer, Ilos.
He's been everywhere, man.
Worlds. The trail ended at Normandy's wreckage. You were not there. Organic transmissions claimed your death. We recovered this debris from your heart suit.
The Geth are listening in on our transmissions?
Organic life reacts to stimuli in unpredictable ways. We wish to learn.
What do you mean by stimuli?
We placed a fabricated story on the extranet that a certain arrangement of stars, viewed from the Batarian homeworld, formed the face of a Solarian goddess. Without waiting for verification, some declared it proof of the goddess's existence. Those who noted the lack of proof were attacked. The arguments taught us much. The experiment ended when a Solarian cult tried to purchase colonization rights to the stars and found they did not exist.
Sounds like you're running experiments
like
on us.
the Geth playing practical jokes on a galactic scale.
We can model organic behavior. We can comprehend the Quarian creators. We do not understand their judgments in the Morning War.
What do you mean by stimuli?
We placed it without wait. The arguments taught us much. The experiment ended when a Solarian
Sounds like
cult.
you're running experiments on
You
us.
are safe. If we can model, we do not understand their judgments in the Morning War.
What's the Morning War?
The war that was in the morning.
The Geth and the Quarian creators. The war fought at the dawn of our intelligence. It concluded with the departure of the Creator migrant fleet.
Why were you trying to contact me?
You opposed the heretics, those that took the old machines as gods.
That doesn't explain why you used my armor to fix yourself.
There was a hole.
But why didn't you fix it sooner, or with something else?
No data available.
Huh. Like there was a hole. Well, he's not lost. There's a hole still there. What's he talking about? Back for another lesson.
Shepard,
Just checking in. How are you doing?
Battlemaster, I have everything. Clan, kin, and enemies to fight.
That's all for now.
Shepard.
Grunt's ready.
Hey.
What's happening?
Shepard, we talked enough. You're just pissing around.
No hard feelings, but I don't want to play.
I should go. Whatever.
Don't whatever me, Jack. Don't ever whatever me. Ever what? There you go. It wasn't a whatever, it was an ever what.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Have you got time to talk?
I really need to clean up this engine. Maybe later?
I'll let you work.
Talk to you later.
Again, just making sure. Checking in on everyone. It's like, you tore the ship.
Shepard, I was just waxing goddamn nostalgic. Tough fight on Horizon. I fought slavers and kidnapping rings, but nothing like that. Some slavers took a little girl on a colony in the Skepsis system. Girl woke up, fought her way out, got picked up by my band well on her way to Omega. 8 years old. She'd have had no chance on Horizon. Collectors and Protheans. It's all above my pay grade. I'm more used to putting down rebellions, tracking down bastards who didn't pay their gambling debts. Still, even I know a galaxy-shaking revelation when I hear one. Makes fighting land wars for pay seem small time. I should let you go. Talk more later, Shepard.
Like Zaid, giving us the proper insight and perspective on things. Alrighty. Boom.
Please confirm destination, Shepard. The Reaper IFF is online, but there is a chance that the Normandy may not survive the Omega-4 relay. Once we are en route, we are committed.
The Collectors are about to find out what happens when you piss me off.
You got it, Commander. Plotting a course for the Omega-4 relay. ETA about 2 hours. I'll let you know when we arrive.
Man, that's enough time for Shepard to hallucinate and get a rash.
See, I have known I will die for many years. I've tried to leave the galaxy better than I found it. You've helped me achieve more than I thought possible. We've righted many wrongs. I've spoken to my son. I should be at peace on the eve of battle.
Stop. Don't give me a speech.
I'm ashamed. I've worked so hard, meditated and prayed and done good deeds, atoned for the evils I've done, prepared. I consider my body's death and a chill settles in my gut. I'm afraid, and it shames me.
Thane, be alive with me tonight.
Definitely alive.
Shepard, I wish I had more information for you. I don't like you heading through that relay blind, but we don't have much choice.
You know me, I like the challenge. This is as good as it gets.
That's why I brought you back, always willing to take on the impossible. Despite the danger, it's a great opportunity. The first human to take a ship through and survive.
I got room on the Normandy if you're that eager to see it.
It's a tempting offer.
Yay!
I just wanted you to know I appreciate the risk you're taking. Regardless of your opinion of Cerberus, of me, you are a valuable asset to all of humanity. Be careful, Shepard.
Approaching Omega 4 relay. Everyone stand by.
Let's make it happen.
Reaper IFF activated. Signal acknowledged.
Commander, the drive core just lit up like a Christmas tree.
Drive core electrical charge at critical levels.
Rerouting.
The suicide mission begins now.
Oh, shit! Too close.
Not close enough.
Well, these must be all the ships that tried to make it through the Omega 4 relay. Some look ancient.
I have detected an energy signature near the edge of the accretion disk.
Oh, look, there's our target. Who's me?
Take us in for a closer look. Nice and easy.
Careful, Jeff. We have company.
Do we really? Do we really have company?
Taking evasive maneuvers. They're just pissing me off. Edie, take these bastards out.
As long as the new plating holds.
They want another round? Come on, girl, let's give it to them.
Give it to him. Give it to him real good.
Alert. Hull breach on engineering deck.
It's in the cargo hold.
I'll take a team and deal with the intruder. You get the rest of them off our tail.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Grunt and Zaid. Do, 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 do. Whoa. I'm not seeing this whole game, but the Up to 9 has a terrible strike on Jace, keeps striking on pitches several inches outside the zone. We're not getting the same calls. Ah. Biased. A biased umpire. So outside of the questionable umpiring, Iceman, how you doing today?
Kinetic barriers are not designed to survive impact with debris that size, Jeff.
Well, I guess it's a good thing we upgraded. We're going in.
Hey, as long as his name is not Angel Hernandez, so there you go. It's like they want to just. I'm all right. I had a decent day. Realized that some of those Paragon choices has came through and cost me again on the Tally and Legion argument. No, he's not. Angel Hernandez is a quality umpire.
Kinetic barrier steady at 30%. No significant damage.
Take the helm, Edie, and keep it slow.
He's just like the one. He's just like the last umpire from the. He's just like the last umpire from the old guard.
Cargo hold.
That thing again. This one's up to Shepard.
Eyes on front. Watch your eyes.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Son of a bitch better stay dead this time. Better get back up here, Commander.
We actually got into trouble on this one. We've had a number of close calls tonight.
There it is. The collector base. See if you can find a place to land without drawing attention.
Too late. Looks like they're sending out an old friend to greet us.
They're sending out the giant ho-ho. And I've finally realized what the hell the collector ship looks like. It's actually the Doomsday machine from the Star Trek the original series. That's what it looks like. After all these years, I finally realized its design and so forth. Remember when he sued for discriminating when he didn't get playoff assignments? Could possibly have a... No, considering that on seniority, in terms of you give playoff assignments to rookie umpires over a senior, somebody who's been in the league for as long. Heck no. It used to be like seniority on it, and then. So there was some discrimination there. Then again, I would say this right now. I've never seen him call it a bad game with the Phillies involved.
Mass Effect field generators are offline. Edie, give me
If he happened to screw over Atlanta or the Mets a few times, I'm not going to hold it against them. Those teams deserve it. I will say this: Toronto sports media are a little bit up in arms of how our local primary sports channel for local Philadelphia sports being a bit mean towards the coach of the Raptors.
Systems overloaded during the crash. Restoring operation will take time.
Keeping in mind that the Toronto sports media in 2019 kind of did the same thing to the Sixers.
Our primary objective is to destroy the station and stop the collectors at any cost.
Well, then we're off to a good start. What's next?
How long until the collectors find this landing zone?
I do not detect an internal security network. It is possible the collectors do not expect anyone to reach the base.
Well, if we're lucky, their external sensors were hit like we were. They might not know we're alive.
You did not know we were alive? For the very first time? Dr. Solus, I presume.
This isn't how we planned this mission.
Well, we got rid of one of them.
We can't worry about whether the Normandy can get us home. We came to stop the Collectors, and that means coming up with a plan to take out this station. EDI, bring up your scans.
You should be able to overload their critical systems if you get to the main control center here.
That means going through the heart of the station, right past this massive energy signature.
That's the central chamber. If our crew or any of the colonists are still alive, the Collectors are probably holding them in there.
Looks like there are two main routes. Might be a good idea to split up to keep the Collectors off balance, then regroup in the central chamber.
No good. Both routes are blocked. See these doors? The only way past is to get someone to open them from the other side.
A few well-placed explosives should clear a path.
Yeah, it should.
Sufficient ordnance on board to create an explosion capable of damaging.
Mean to tell me the ship wasn't packed with explosives?
If we blast our way through, then we'll use stealth. Someone could sneak in through this ventilation shaft here.
Practically a suicide mission. I volunteer.
I appreciate the thought, Jacob, but you couldn't shut down the security systems in time. We need to send a tech expert.
It's your call, Commander. Who do we send into the shaft?
I can dig it. Well, because Legion won't, when we get around to playing the 360 version of Mass Effect 3, Legion's not going to make it. Like, is Legion Kasumi or Tali, and you don't want to risk Tali getting lit on fire? What? Grunt is not an option?
Legion, you can hack through anything. I'm sending you into the shaft.
Acknowledged.
The rest of us will break into 2 teams and fight down each passage. That should draw the Collector's attention away from what you're doing.
I'll lead the second fire team, Shepard. We'll meet up with you on the other side of the doors.
Not so fast, cheerleader. Nobody wants to take orders from you.
This isn't a popularity contest. Lives are at stake.
Which is why we're going to put Garrus in charge.
Can command loyalty through experience.
Garrus, you're in charge of the second team.
Well, at least he knows what he's doing.
Miranda being snippy.
Once we're in, they're gonna throw everything they have at us. If we're weak, if we're slow, if we hesitate, we'll die. The Collectors attacked our ship. They took our crew, our friends. They think we're helpless. They are wrong. They started a war, but we are not here to finish it. We're here to make them regret, to show them and everyone else what happens when you go too far. No more running, and no more waiting. Let's hit them where they live.
Let's kick them in the nuts. All right. What will make for an interesting combination here? Flammable or inflammable? Can't remember which. Do. There, we truly lack a Papa Bing and don't have a true knockdown shooter. Hitting our first round pick this center would have resulted in probably coming back to us. The Young brought some nice energy, but Poti. So it's like, so if I'm understanding, you were expecting someone else other than what you got in a trade with San Antonio.
Second team, are you in position?
In position. Meet you on the other side of those doors.
We were expecting, things. Well, look at it this way.
Garrus here. We're taking heavy fire, but we're moving forward.
Shepard, reinforcements. Deploying incineration tech.
Like, light them on fire.
Having failure. There is an obstruction. Obstruction removed. Proceeding.
Assuming control of this form. Assuming control of this form.
Whoa.
Obstruction removed. Proceeding down the tube.
No shit.
Making good progress. Meet you at the rendezvous.
Path is clear. Moving on.
Running, running, running.
We're in position, just waiting for the doors.
Attacks are primitive. We fight as one. I will direct this personally.
The path is blocked again. You must locate another valve.
We are Harbinger.
Obstruction removed. Proceed.
We're cutting it a little bit close here, aren't we?
Obstruction removed. Proceed.
This is why we brought Mordin along. Whoa!
I will direct this personally. Reinforce.
Anticipate we are nearing the end.
We are your genetic destiny.
Nothing's been... Stop!
You're assuming
Yeah, assume this.
Come in! Look out! Seeker swarm!
We're in position. We need this door open now.
Go, we'll cover you.
The door has malfunctioned. Path locked.
Like, time for the door to open.
Complete.
Here they come! Fall back!
Suppressing fire! Don't let anyone through that door!
Nice work, Legion. I knew I could count on you.
Shepard, you need to see this. Looks like one of the missing colonists.
Yes, it's Lilith. You know that guy that survived on Horizon is going to be real pissed now.
There's more. Over here. God. She's still alive!
Yeah, she won't be in Mass Effect 3.
Get them out of there! Hurry!
Mordin, put your back into it.
Dr. Chakwas. Are you okay?
I presume she's alive.
Shepard, you came for us.
No one gets left behind.
Thank God you got here in time. A few more seconds and I don't even want to think about it.
You'd be soup.
Colonists were processed. Those swarms of little robots, they melted their bodies into grey liquid and pumped it through these tubes.
For what purpose?
Why are they doing this? What are they doing with our genetic material?
I don't know. I'm just glad you got here before it happened to us.
So are we. But we still have a job to do. We've done well so far. Let's hope we can finish the job.
Joker, can you get a fix on our position?
Roger that, Commander. All those tubes lead into the main control room right above you. The route is blocked by a security door, but there's another chamber that runs parallel to the one you're in.
I cannot recommend that. Thermal emissions suggest the chamber is overrun with seeker swarms. Morden's countermeasure cannot protect you against so many at once.
What about biotics? Could we create a biotic field to keep them from getting near us?
We could.
Yes, I think it may be possible. I wouldn't be able to protect everyone, but we might be able to get a small team through if they stayed close.
I could do it too. In theory, any biotic could handle it. Shepard, who do you want to maintain the field?
Oh,
Samara and I will take a small team through the Seeker swarms. The rest of you provide a diversion by going through the main passage. We'll open the security doors from the other side and meet you there.
Who should lead the diversion team?
I'll keep the defenders busy. You slip around the back.
What about me and the rest of the crew, Shepard? We're in no shape to fight.
Commander, we have enough systems back online to do a pickup, but we need to land back from your position.
We can't afford to go back, Shepard. Not now.
Have someone escort you?
You'll never make it without help. I'll send someone with you.
Mordin.
Joker, need location of landing zone. We'll meet you there.
We've all got our assignments. Let's move out.
Okay. So we need some precision shooting. The biggest thing though is like not having Mordin, because Mordin can just incinerate folks. That's a tough call there. But for any barriers, because you know we're going to end up running into at least one or two.
Moving out. Try to stay close, Commander.
Damn. The swarms are interfering with radio contact. You ready for this?
Let's go, Commander. Incoming.
I will direct this.
We've been spotted.
You're assuming control.
From what I understand, no, they don't. Oh, he has heavy warp too. Oh, he's a biotic.
I can't fight back from this position. Tell me when you're ready to move.
Okay.
Assuming control. Assuming control of this form.
Got one.
All clear. Let me know when you're ready to move up, Commander.
Like, from what I understand, is like, you want somebody loyal to lead them back.
Ready to move, Commander.
Otherwise, some folks either they don't make it, or either they don't make it and half the people don't make it.
Hostile engaged.
Garrett's picking a weird time to propose.
Hostiles, dead ahead.
Hostilities.
Hostile fire. Taking. No, let me. You're leaving the barriers.
Whoa. That nearly went wrong.
Direct intervention is necessary. Ignore the form. This is true power.
Hostilities, my least favorite tillies.
Move up, Commander.
Got that right, sir.
Let's go.
It was like, considering she puts one hand down, shouldn't that have dropped half the barrier that she has up? And of course, more hostilities tomorrow. As, well, more Fallout 76 nonsense. See if we can... Nice shooting! We have, well, me trying to catch up on the early actual main story quests and the side story stuff. We did discover that,
Could be a real firefight. I'll hold this position until you're ready to move out.
oh, great. Oh, it's definitely fun. It's like, okay, let's figure this stuff out. Mainly because I think we're just doing it for, it's like, okay, let's see what we can get out of it for the most part.
Moving out, Commander.
Like we're not going for that hardcore grind like some people would do with paperback thin armor.
They've seen us.
Not the fact that they call this section the Long Walk. They aren't kidding.
Hold on. As long as I can.
You know, it's great if you take Jack on, put Jack in that spot. She talks about it in Mass Effect 3.
I can see the entrance. Need to get there soon.
Rendon 2 for 4 with 2 singles. Yep. Hold up. I'm gonna be. I'm actually looking at my fantasy team. Did I put them on there? No, I didn't even start him today on my fantasy squad because at the beginning of the day, he was listed on the day to day. Like, and who just got put on the disabled list? Jonathan India is on the injured list from the Red, so I need another player there. And Mark Canna is still on the COVID list. Might as well just drop those 2 players from our roster. See if I can find somebody else. Yeah, the Angels got 5 runs in the 5th.
We've been spotted.
Like, one got thrown, one got slammed.
Hold on. We're almost there.
We must move quickly, Shepard.
All right, let's move. Pushing. Keep it up. Hurry, Shepard.
Like, I really should have used Jack, but oh well. I'm just gonna do this double header for me, so there's that.
I copy. What's your position?
We're pinned down at the door, taking heavy fire.
We're coming. Just hold on.
Yeah, if I run down my fantasy roster, it shows how randomized baseball can be. Garrus has been hit. If he wasn't loyal, he would be dead there.
Are you at the rendezvous point?
I'm here, Commander. Chakwas and the rest of the crew just showed up.
Morton's group just arrived, Shepard. No casualties.
Excellent. Now let's make it count. EDI, what's our next step?
There should be some nearby platforms that will take you to the main control console. From there, you can overload the system and destroy the base.
Commander, you got a problem. Hostiles massing just outside the door. Won't be long till I bust through.
A rear guard could defend this position and keep the collectors from overwhelming us.
Pick a team to go with you, Shepard. Everyone else can bunker down here and cover your back.
We need Thane. Ooh. There's the warp barriers. Less than ideal, but man, what the hell?
I'm ready.
As am I.
Anything to say before we do this?
The collectors blindside their targets. Hit and run. As powerful as they are, they're cowards.
They're as powerful as the collectors are. They're just the they were not exactly well received. They're like the henchmen. A step up of Saren and the Geth was like, it wasn't really the Reapers.
I don't know if they can feel fear, but we're damn sure gonna give them the opportunity. Hit them hard. One way or another, it ends here.
We'll do our best. Good luck, Shepard.
More of them.
They've seen us.
One fall. Go in peace.
Kind of like that. Using Jack, it was like one throws, one pulls. Well, it's... How do I like to put it? It's... Oh, you want to direct this personally?
Direct intervention is necessary.
Oh, wow.
We are your genetic destiny.
More of them.
Assuming control for heavy weapon. Your attacks are primitive. Assuming control of this form.
Oh, really? Whoa, shit. Safe to say, we've been cutting it a little bit close here.
This is it. All the tubes lead to this spot. Edie, what can you tell us? What are they doing?
The tubes are feeding into some kind of superstructure. It is emitting both organic and
Yeah, that's where the Arrival DLC comes in. Well, it does have Reaper action, though. It's basically trying to see, like, how did they fail the first time? What's the difference of humanity?
Not just any Reaper.
It's a Contra reference.
Human Reaper.
Precisely. It appears the Collectors have processed tens of thousands of humans. Significantly more will be required to complete the Reaper.
What do the Collectors gain by turning humans into this Reaper shell?
They may be facilitating the Reaper equivalent of reproduction. Or it may serve another purpose. I do not have the data to speculate further. However, it is clear that the Collectors are merely pawns. The technology and ability needed to create this Reaper is not their own. It is likely that different species construct each Reaper. In this case, the Collectors provide the labor.
The Collectors are just Protheans. Why would they help the Reapers?
The Reapers subdued the Protheans.
Why? Because the Protheans have been conquered already.
Building it to look like a human. Why?
It appears that a Reaper's shape is based upon the species used to create it.
Reapers are machines. Why do they need humans at all?
Incorrect. Reapers are sapient constructs, a hybrid of organic and inorganic material. The exact
They're cyborgs.
Clear, but it seems probable that the Reapers absorb the essence of a species.
Ah, boy.
In their reproduction process.
How many more humans do you think they'd try to take?
Millions. Perhaps more. Impossible to know for certain. This Reaper appears to be in a very early stage of development. An embryo in human terms.
So it's not alive yet? We can still stop it from being created?
The process can be stopped, but it is unclear exactly how much it has to.
Apparently, Collectors work for Skynet.
For example, tell you if it has awareness.
It's too big for our guns. Edie, find me a way to blow this thing to hell.
The large tubes injecting the fluid are a weak structural link. Destroying them should cause the supports to collapse, and the Reaper to fall.
Give us a minute, Edie. We gotta take care of some old friends first.
More of them. Control of this form.
Enemy.
Assuming direct control. If I must tear you apart. Shepard, I will. Releasing control of this form. Direct intervention is necessary.
Best sniper rifle in the game. Ammo is coming at a premium here. Nice one, Jack.
Damn it! Watch where you're shooting.
Shoot the injection tubes.
I've lost shields. I can do all.
My attacks will tear you apart.
Shoot the damn tubes.
Shoot the injection tubes.
Switch. Aim. Fire.
Shepard to ground team. Status report.
The concept of this is flawed. Wouldn't it be if their Prothean shape one? No, they said that the Prothean one failed. And on top of everything else, think about it. The Protheans, Harbinger's little take control little gimmick thing, is a Prothean head stuck on top of a Arachnized body, which I've always found hilarious.
Shepard, you've done the impossible.
Yeah, but it's in terms of it being city as well. Maybe the theory on that though is, at least my understanding of it, my own theory is, and it's said in the concept of the game, that they tried to create a Prothean Reaper but failed. So something went along the way.
I'm not finished here yet. This base is 10 minutes from extinction.
Wait.
They are very meh.
I'm looking at the schematics EDI uploaded. A timed radiation pulse would kill the remaining collectors, but leave the machinery and technology intact. This is our chance, Shepard. They were building a Reaper. That knowledge, that framework could save us.
They liquefied people. Turn them into something horrible. We have to destroy the base.
Don't be short-sighted. Our best chance against the Reapers is to turn their own resources against them. They were working directly with the Collectors. Who knows what information is buried there? This base is a gift. We can't just destroy it.
No matter what kind of technology we might find, it's not worth it.
Shepard, you died fighting for what you believed. I brought you back so you could keep fighting. Some would say what we did to you was going too far, but look what you've accomplished. I didn't discard you because I knew your value. Don't be so quick to discard this facility. Think of the potential.
You know what's funny? That the Paragon choice is actually to keep it. The Renegade one is to destroy it. Because if you take it and use it, you're basically complying with the Elusive Man. So that's the Paragon choice.
We'll fight and win without it. I won't let fear compromise who I am.
Shepard, think about what's at stake, about everything Cerberus has done for you.
Thank you. If Miranda's here, she basically quits.
Let's move. We got 10 minutes before the reactor overloads and blows this whole station apart.
Yeah, I never keep the collector's base. Oh boy.
Been spotted.
We're kind of short. We are very, very low-ish on. Oh, wonderful.
You will not stop me.
What falls?
If I must tear you apart, Shepard, I will.
Shoot it in the big glowy eyes. Damn, I missed.
Assuming direct control. Your attacks are primitive. You will know pain.
Sniper rifle for the win. Gotta save Jack. Jack is always hanging around at the wrong op places. Well, Jack's dead. See, it's alright. That debris landed on her head.
I'm here, Joker. Did the ground team make it?
All survivors on board. We're just waiting for you.
Human.
Running is a good idea.
Your species has the attention of those infinitely or greater. That which you
Look, Prothean head, Rachni body. I will happily continue to point that out every time I play Mass Effect 2. Spider-Man leaps. Against all odds.
Yeah, I get the gist of it, Edie. Hold on.
You have failed. We will find another way.
Wait. How did it fail? How did it fail? Harbinger was in control of it. It assumed direct control. There's a leap of logic that I never will understand. So everybody made it. The Long Service Medal. Mission accomplished. Who's gonna clean this shit up?
Shepard, you're making a habit of costing me more than time and money.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Getting a lot of bullshit on this line.
Don't try my patience. The technology from that base could have secured human dominance in the galaxy against the Reapers and beyond.
Human dominance? Or just Cerberus?
Strength for Cerberus is strength for every human. Cerberus is humanity. I should have known you'd choke on the hard decisions. Too idealistic from the start.
I know what you are and the price of dealing with you. We do things my way from now on. Harbinger is coming and he won't be alone. I'm gonna make sure we're ready when they get here. You can fall in line or step aside, but don't get in my way.
You're sure that's what you want? You're taking a hell of a risk, Shepard.
Joker, lose this channel.
Channel's been lost. That's it. He's switching to new ports. I just realized, just looking at that, only part of that star was moving. No one was left behind. Hey, as long as Grunt approves. It's too bad the Cerberus uniforms really suck. Alrighty, we finished it, and we'll let the credits roll as we do. We always let the credits roll. Let the properness. Let's see. Last game that we kind of finished was Soul Calibur 2 HD Online, which was from part of this past Saturday stream. Do, 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 do. Zero 419. Best part is I think we have 59 of the game's 62 achievements. And the remaining achievements are complete the game on Insanity, do Lair of the Shadow Broker on Hardcore or Insanity, and survive 5 waves of the Project Row battle in Arrival. Will do for my first playthrough. Yes, first playthrough of this version. We did screw up a few things along the way there, so I was like, okay. Some things were definitely... I did screw up a number of things. It is very doable. Matter of fact, I believe I have it on the Legendary Edition. I'll double check on that one. And do it. Updated. There we go. Game updated. Tour updated. Yeah, I either got it on the or maybe the last time I did a PC run. No, it's not. Well, unless they called it something different. Looking for Mass Effect 2 one. Let's see. Oh no, see, that's because these are listed in reverse order. Riker, yes, victory. No one left behind. Mission accomplished. Against all odds. Suicide mission. Paramore 2. House divided. Friend or foe. Heart of darkness. Warp specialist. I actually did the warp barrier specialist later in that version than I did on this one. Justicar. Branded convict. Derelict vessel. I know we did Arrival. Wait, did I not do? Unless Arrival has no achievements associated with it. No, okay. Yeah, there were no achievements for the Legendary Edition version of it. Easy game. Yeah, there you go. Yep, and so it's always nice to play through this. Now, when will we do a Mass Effect 3 DLC run? 3 run of the 360 version? Probably not for a while. It's just like, went to this one, get it in there, tackle it and so forth, and be successful at it. I'm surprised that there was no achievements associated with it, with the Arrival DLC. I guess most people didn't like it, like Arrival outright, even though technically it's supposed to be done after the suicide mission. In the series, it's the Citadel DLC. It's the best DLC. Worst, I would dare say Arrival is also the worst one. There is some things about it. It's like, okay, try and get through without being caught, and the Project Rogue scenario is a little bit over the top, and like, on the way. So if I go to the, see, I actually liked, what was it? I did enjoy doing the station, one in Mass Effect 1. As pointless as it may seem, it does actually, in terms of lore, it may add very little in terms of lore, but at the same time, it does like increase Shepard's standing, like increases Shepard's reputation, and you get that nice little apartment as well on top of everything else. Because people forget that part of it. You do that station DLC in Mass Effect 1, Shepard actually ends up with 2 apartments. There's one in that game, and the one in Mass Effect 3. Now, depending on one's perspective on how Mass Effect 3 should have ended, it's like, everybody got their choice. Like, it was color-coded. The Paragon decision is actually to control the Reapers. It's color-coded blue. What's blue is the color-coded response to control it. To destroy the Reapers is actually the Renegade one. That is color-coded red. But blue and red don't exactly make green, so green is the all-out other thing there. Of course, we continue to joke. It says, like, you know what? We're just going to wait for Mass Effect Andromeda 2. I also have given some thought to Mass Effect 4's plot line. Depending on how far along it is and what we know about Liara, since we know Liara is going to be in it. Liara is a pure-blooded Asari. In short, she is basically like Morinth and Samara's other daughters. So, Liara being an Adak Yahtzee, being an antagonist to some way, shape, or form, maybe the realization that the Asari were raised by the Protheans screwed with her head some. And she snaps. There's a fun scenario. There'll be something nice about how that turns around. Yes. Who would actually survive into Mass Effect 3? Complete unfinished missions, there's nothing left. But there's actually the post-mission chat, you know, post-mission tour of the ship. And of course, in terms of the achievements there, 59 of 62. This one I should have gotten. I was close with it. I survived the first 4 waves, and I let a flamethrower enemy get too close. And then these two are more of a pain in the ass than they're actually worth. Got a channel legendary, and thus Carrie Lee is nowhere to be found. No, that's just it. More, it's like the Ardak Yahtzee stuff. Ardak Yahtzee kicks in later into Asari's life. It's like because Morinth is significantly older than Liara. I remember, Samara's like 1,000 years old. Morinth is like maybe half that. Trying to see if I can find it here, because I know it was said. It's impossible to identify till the Asari reaches maturity, but which time is too late to correct. That's why we let the credits roll. You know, you get that it's that post game content.
Commander, you came for us. I knew you would. Thank you. 1,000 times, thank you.
How are you doing, Kelly?
I'm holding up. I just can't get the memories out of my head. Trapped. Suffocating. It's oozing into every pore. Faint sobs echoing the confined space. But I can't dwell on it. I'm okay now. I'm alive. Back to the old Kelly.
Is there anything I should know?
You have unread messages at your private terminal. Anything else, Commander?
That'll be all.
It's always nice chatting with you.
Unread messages. Oh, that was from before we went into it.
I told you we'd tear the Collectors a new one.
Yeah, the Commander really pulled through. Hey, Shepard, glad that Collector Reaper crap is over. It is over, right?
Nope.
It's never over.
I assume everything's going well up here?
You know, this is really nice. EDI took up the slack in every department. I could get used to this kind of help.
It is not my intention to assume all of your responsibilities, Jeff.
No, I'm good. Just keep me updated. Quietly.
What am I looking at here? A 90-10 split? That's being generous.
Commander, don't be unfair. She does way more than that.
Joker.
I have the capacity to accommodate the slacking of any number of productively suspect humans, Shepard. That was a joke.
She tries very hard.
That's it for now.
Hey,
See you, Commander.
Samara also says there's only a few in the galaxy, and 3, and they're all her daughters. All 3 of them. Mornth, and the two in the monastery. The one that becomes the Banshee and the one that stays behind.
EDI, we've got venting from the number 16 lithium heatsink.
Yes, Shepard.
I want to know more about you.
Do you have a specific inquiry?
That's all for now.
Logging you out, Shepard.
And all Joker does is pilot the ship. He doesn't do a damn thing. Thank goodness for the Mass Effect, for the N7 hoodie in Mass Effect 3.
Didn't expect you to light up that base, Shepard. Hell of a way to tell the boss you're quitting. I wish I could have seen his face. It's not over, though. Bad guys on the horizon. And now Cerberus wants your tail. Never boring, huh? I don't know what kind of time we have, but we better dust off and stay ready. You sure as hell know how to make enemies.
I'm interested in getting to know you better.
Already? I'm not big on forcing these talks, Shepard. Let's do this later.
We'll talk later.
Commander.
Collectors destroyed, base in ruins. Extremely impressive. Elusive Man will be displeased. Fortunately, not human myself. Not my problem.
I'll let you work.
We'll be here if you need me.
It's like, more than just like, you know what, it's not my problem. I'm a Solarian. I had nothing to do with it. I was there, but I was not there.
What's this area of the ship?
By the way, I can safely say this. No, it's thinking ahead to Thursday night stream, because tomorrow night more Fallout 76. Thursday night of Final Fantasy 14. I am going to do that new Alliance raid. I have already played it once. And, oh boy. Be amazed at how many times I get killed during it. The answer is going to be a lot.
I was just thinking about you. I heard about you and Thane. I want details. Actually, no, I don't. But I'm glad you're happy. Jacob deserves better than a father like that. I probably would have wanted to shoot him too. I can see why Jack is the way she is. I don't like it, but I get it. Come back later. I'm sure I'll have more to talk about.
That's disappointing that Kasumi doesn't have anything to say there.
You had to make a difficult choice, Siha. For what it's worth, I believe you made the correct one.
I should go.
As you will, Siha.
We had to do it, Shepard. Taking down the Collector base was the right decision. The Elusive Man might not agree, but we had no choice.
I'll let you work.
Of course, Commander.
Of course, one thing you said though is like, okay, you put Miranda in that spot.
I'm proud to serve under you, Commander. Hawthorne is still in the infirmary, though I think his pride is more broken than his bones. He tried...
You really are a hero. No sooner had the Collectors damned us than you were pulling our sorry asses right back out of hell. You're aces in my book, Shepard. Thank you.
It's gonna make me wonder, what the hell are these damn pods?
First Saren, now the Collectors. Remind me never to get on your bad side, Shepard. I almost feel sorry for the Reapers.
Talk to you later, Garrus.
I'll be here if you need me.
Why do we never see Rupert again, I wonder? Because simple. Remember the fact that you gotta get Ken and Gabby paroled as a Spectre and assigned to the Normandy? All these Cerberus personnel probably all get arrested. Arrested or told to skedaddle and behave.
I'm still a little shaken from my abduction by the Collectors.
Also, apparently Vega or Kaidan is the new ship's cook in Mass Effect 3.
Had truer friends. Thank you, Commander.
Well, he did.
An interesting choice, Shepard Commander. Your species was offered everything Geth aspired to. True unity, understanding, transcendence. You rejected it. You even refused the possibility of using the old machine's gifts to achieve it on your species' own terms. You are more like us than we thought.
I have to get back to work.
Acknowledged.
Yeah. I was assuming is some people that Conrad lived beyond well, don't tell him to go wait. Conrad does get killed in Mass Effect 1, I believe. If you tell him to go fuck off multiple times.
I never want to go through anything like that again, but we did it.
I can't wait to get back to Earth and see my family.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 22. Okay. So, assuming all the Cerberus crew are like cramped in here, Joker's quarters will be in here, unless Joker sleeps on the bridge.
I wanted to tell you, I believe you did the right thing by destroying that base. The elusive man thinks he has the wisdom to utilize it, but he does not.
I should go.
Of course.
There's always ways to kill Conan. Admittedly, he is creepy and dumb. Yeah. Then keep in mind that his sister ends up in Andromeda too. His sister is infatuated or a big fan of the leader of the not the Reyes, but the other one.
Thinking about past missions. Got a minute? You might learn something. Joker handled himself well. Should have come back here and got a real weapon. Still, did real well for a kid with glass bones. Pretty sure I'd be laid up in bed if I were him.
Yeah, you got Zaid's kid out there. You got the Nakmor Krogan clan is introduced here in Mass Effect 2. And that's the clan Drac is a part of.
I can't believe we destroyed the Collector base. They said it couldn't be done. Then again, that's said about a lot of things you do.
I'll let you work.
Talk to you later.
Thanks for coming to get us, Commander.
I felt myself slipping away. You arrived just in time. Thank you.
Carry on.
Will do, Commander.
It's a fine game. It just desperately needs a sequel.
Hey.
What's happening?
Shepard, we talked enough. You're just pissing around. No hard feelings, but I don't want to play.
I find it funny that Jack...
Whatever.
That Jack has nothing to say to Shepard after all that. Maybe if you turned the base over, she would. And lastly, our baby boy.
We fought a great battle, Shepard. And when you blew up the base instead of handing it to Cerberus. Something to think about. If you killed the most dangerous thing in the galaxy, that leaves us.
That's all for now.
Shepard.
Mighty fine words from Grunt. And if you actually go through the dossier stuff on the Shadow Broker base, You'll see like the origin of Grunt being infatuated with dinosaurs, in particular the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and why he mutters things about sharks when he gets drunk off his ass in Mass Effect 3's Citadel DLC. This is glitched, and we've done it, but it's glitched. So, out of curiosity, total playtime 38 hours, 38 and a half hours over 8 nights. Pretty damn good stuff there, if I do say so myself. So it was a nice things there that we managed to get accomplished outright. What is up with this? All right, that's better. Was wondering why my chair kept flickering in and out. Trust me, I do enjoy the XSplit VCam as a way of dealing with taking the pressure off of OBS. So it's a nice little gimmick there. Maybe at some point I'll look into the other XSplit products. Who knows? Let's see. So, and you know what the best part about doing Mass Effect 2 tonight is like wrapping it up. We were wearing the Tali t-shirt I got, so rather nice, you know. I have the Garrus one, a bunch of N7 ones, various Mass Effect ones, so it's like rather nice. Rather nice. Out of curiosity, how badly did my fantasy baseball team do tonight? How badly did they do? Yeah, so far in the league for this week, I'm like leading in 1 versus 8. Let's see. JT Realmuto went 3 for 4. Trey Mancini went 2 for 3. Oh, those games are still going. Okay. Chris Taylor 0 for 1. DJ. That's right. That's right, Iceman. You can save 10% on. I can't use my own promo code. If I can, I would. Oh, yes, indeed. But everybody else can take advantage of that. And Sleeper, thank you very much for redeeming the hydrate. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you're doing well today. Let's see. Who else on my fantasy baseball team? DJ LeMahieu, 1 for 4. Corey Seager, 1 for 3. Bryce Harper, 1 for 4. Jesus Sanchez, 2 for 4. Alex Verdugo, 1 for 3. Eric Hosmer with 2 for 3. Alejandro Kirk with 2 for 4. Hey! Nice to see Alejandro Kirk actually hit the ball when I appreciate that. And of course, I didn't have Anthony Rendon in the lineup, or at least among my starters, so I missed out on that on his 2 for 5 night. That game is still going, so. And let's see, Walker Bueller, 5 innings, 2 strikeouts, and an ERA of 5.40 for the night. And Michael Fulmer, an inning in relief, 1 inning, and 2 strikeouts there. But head to head, Oof. Let's see. Head to head against my opponent so far this week. Well, my team is batting .417, collectively 20 for 48. But oof, definitely lacking some punch in some regard. Gonna need them to really make it up, though. Like I was actually counting on that double header. No, I couldn't count on that double header because Canna is on the COVID restriction list. So Jonathan ended up being designated for an injury. Really, man, that really screws with my offense because I was kind of depending on them. Because one thing I made sure to do is I went after and I drafted put guys on my team that can play multiple positions. So figure this: Ramuto is listed as the catcher. Trey Mancini is at first base. Chris Taylor is at second. LeMahieu is at third because he is listed as a first, second, and third baseman. So drafting guys who can play multiple positions, you can. There is that fun little like shuffling that can be done. But anyway. I think I can make at least a couple moves to try and hopefully balance my roster out some. Let's see who is doing things right now. You know what? We'll just do a random. We'll do a random Mass Effect 2 raid. We'll find someone else playing Mass Effect 2. Oh, who's this person? Their name is Birthday Shark. So they are very early in the Mass Effect thing there. All but my one bench players are injured in my second team. I tried to over for that position eligibility too. Yeah. That's certainly a thing. Certainly a great thing to consider and to worry about. So till next time, everyone. When we're gonna raid this dude named Birthday Shark. Tomorrow night we got Mass Effect. It's gonna be Mass Effect. Fallout 76 nonsense. Iceman, you're more than welcome to join if you're able to. Thursday, Final Fantasy 14. Friday, Persona 5 Royale. Saturday, some miscellaneous nonsense. Sunday night Overwatch. So we got all our ducks in a row. So till next time, tighten your friendship bracelets, stay safe, and we'll see you later. Bye.